Hey guys, what's going on? I haven't done a mailbag in a very long time, and so I finally got around to logging into the YouTube email the other day, and I was just cleaning it out, just completely gutting it and stuff. And I finally caught up with all of the questions that people have been sending for the last while now, and so I've started to record this line of recordings for the next volume of Raime's Mailbag. And we're going to be basically going through all of them. It's not going to be recorded in a single take, I think, because I'm pretty busy these days. So I'm just going to be doing a bunch of one offs and stringing them together and slapping them in a video so there's not like 8 or 9 videos that are being sent out. And so, first and foremost, I'm sorry that I haven't been able to get to these as fast as I would like. Life has been keeping me busy for a really long time, and at the time of recording this, I've been going and hunting for housing and getting my life together and just getting everything where it needed to be and rightfully where it should be. And it's been overdue for a really long time now, and I've been trying to take care of my health the last bit as well, and it's just been kind of a road. I think just a lot of ups and downs, and sometimes when you have a lot of ups and downs you don't really get to go and get to things as fast as you want. So we're going to go ahead and start with the first question. A user wrote in and he asked what my thoughts on feminism are. And apparently, he's from one of the Discord servers that I'm in with a couple of other creators and read one of my cubes of text that I had written about feminism. And so we're going to go ahead and try to answer that question to the best of our ability. In all honesty, I don't really think too much of it anymore. I don't really think that feminism is what it used to be. It's definitely not what it was when my grandmother was going and doing her thing. I think that it has changed a lot, and a lot of it has been for the worst, as you could probably imagine. To put in perspective, when my grandmother was younger, she had to go and fight for her rights. Women back when she was growing up were still widely regarded as property. You couldn't say no if your husband wanted to have sex with you. It could be forced. It wasn't really widely regarded as rape or anything like that. It was just something that you had to deal with. You couldn't have bank accounts. There's just all kinds of things that you couldn't do. So I think feminism back then made a lot of sense in the suffrage phase. And so my grandmother didn't really slouch. You know, she went out there and she marched and got chewed on by dogs and everything else, and hit with a hose on top of it. You know, like it wasn't uncommon to have a hose used on you back then, or to have dogs chew on you or anything else. Nowadays, you wouldn't really see that too much because, well, you're not allowed to do it anymore. Not for protests like that, at least. So comparing it, so she was first and second wave. Comparing it to third and fourth, I honestly think that feminism is not relevant anymore like it hasn't been for quite some time. So I think that everybody deserves all the rights and stuff, but I think that with every social movement that you're ever going to see, it is eventually going to collapse on itself. It doesn't matter which one it is. It can be feminism, LGBT rights, whatever. It eventually, once it starts reaching and surpassing certain goals, it eventually starts to eat itself. I think that feminism has always been plagued with issues. I know that first and second wave feminism were incredibly homophobic and transphobic, even though trans women have a very rich history of being involved in all the feminist movements and stuff. So with the first and the second waves, we just kind of saw that, and everybody kind of had issues. But back then, I think that it was rather fashionable. Well, not even so much fashionable, just flat out normalized to be homophobic. That's what society was back then, as well as being transphobic on top of it, because a lot of cis women didn't really understand the concept that trans women are not men. They're not wired like men. at all. They don't behave like men. There's just nothing manly about them aside from a little bit of biology that's hanging between their legs. And so I kind of understand like where they're coming from, because they get stuck in the mindset of, well, it looks like a man and sounds like a man, therefore it must be a man. But newer waves of feminism kind of understand that trans women are women, which is really, really nice. With the third and the fourth wave, I honestly don't really agree or believe with any of the movement's ideals. I mean, well, what ideals they have, in all honesty, these days. I feel like most of the major goals have been kind of achieved at this point, and now it's just kind of eating itself. Women aren't property anymore. I can't remember the last time that I've actually seen any sort of woman be paid less than a guy. You know, we have a ton of women that are very successful in the business sectors. We have a ton of women that are like millionaires, billionaires. It's not what it was when my grandmother was growing up. In the last in the last 80 years, there has just been tons of advancement, just tons and tons and tons and tons of advancement. And so I find that third and fourth wave feminism is heavily divided, if nothing else. I see a lot of third and fourth wave feminists that have real strict goals that they want to see in society. And then I have others that they just succumb to this immense level of brain rot that they're honestly not going to recover from it. So I think that third and fourth wave, it suffers mainly from a severe lack of cohesion. With the first and second wave, everybody knew what they wanted. They're like, we want X, Y, and Z. We're willing to beat whoever's ass to go and get it. Made sense. With third and fourth, there really is no cohesion with it at all, and there's also a fair bit of privilege seeking as well. And so I have not really ever agreed with any of the crap that the third and fourth waves have been vomiting up for a while now. I've lost a lot of respect for what feminism is as a whole, like what it's supposed to represent and stuff. So most of the time when I see people that are self-proclaimed feminists these days, it's mainly normally privileged women that I typically see that are vomiting up this crap of, oh, well, trans women are men and we can't trust them and all this crap. I also see a lot of them going and saying all men are pigs, all men are rapists, and all this other crap. And it's become kind of this hateful thing, I think. And it's become more of a power struggle for privilege than it is about obtaining any sort of equality. For me, what equality is the stripping away of special privilege for pretty much everything, to be completely and utterly mundane in that regard, to strip away the idea that you may be special. So when you go and you look at, we'll go ahead and use trans rights, for example. With me and trans rights, I don't believe that I am better or worse than anybody. I just simply want the same rights that everybody else has. In order for you to have equality, I feel that you have to kill the special aspect of it. Because if you're constantly sitting there saying to yourself, I'm special, I'm special, I'm special, then eventually you're going to come across the mentality, because I've seen plenty of people do this, they'll go from I'm special to I'm better. And that doesn't really work. It just doesn't, at least not to me. So I feel that as much as I'm not so much assimilationist, I feel, with it, but I'm definitely the whole anti-narrative of, we are better than these people, yada, yada, yada. I don't view people as being inherently better or worse. I just view them as people. It doesn't matter if, you're cisgender or transgender or anything like that. I just kind of want to live my life, which is really where it's at. And so with feminism, how this relates is with most modern feminists these days, there is no real equality. They don't want to be on par with men. They want to have more than men. So we typically see this a lot, and it's mainly with those that are in the, I want to say, 40 and under crowd. Most of the people in this age bracket that I see kind of have this mentality, and it just really doesn't do anything for cis women in that regard. And when you realize that, they don't really so much want to be equal to men, they want to be, have more privilege than men, that's when you realize that the movement more or less is kind of over, because it's gone from equality to just flat out replacement. And so I hear a lot of hateful things on a pretty regular basis and stuff. It's really odd how things play out. Like an example of it is, I notice a lot of cis women, and cis women I think are the worst. When a trans woman is raped and stuff, you don't really see too many trans women walking around saying all men are pigs, yada yada yada. But when a cis woman is raped, you see pretty much everybody sit there and say, oh, you can't trust men, they're evil, they're all rapists, they're all murderers, they're all, whatever they want to try to affix to it. And it just doesn't really, it's not helpful. It's not even accurate. It's become more, I think, of a pissing contest than anything else. Like, for example, if we would have to look at the statistics for rape and stuff, it really is pretty goddamn even, believe it or not. Like, women out-edge men by a little bit, when you actually go and just look at all of it. But for some reason, when it comes to male sexual assault, women are strangely quiet. Or worse, you'll get like a woman that'll sit there and say, we have it worse, over like 1/25th of 1%. So I think the common sense, in many ways, I think the common sense approach to this would literally be, rape is awful in general, let's just try to tackle it as a whole. But nobody really seems to want that. I think nobody ever really sits down and says, God damn, this is an awful thing that's happening, how do we go about fixing it? It becomes a pissing match. And then there's also a lot of disparities as well. So the common idea, when you look at it, that most feminists try to sit there and hawk is, well, men are bad because, they rape X amount of women a year, and it's really strange how a lot of cis women go about doing it. I think somebody was trying to quote me at one point that you have a, what is it, like a fucking 40% chance of being raped every year. And it's not only inaccurate, it is, it's quite the reach, to say the least. So I see this a lot, I think, and it's kind of weird being trans, because most people kind of view you as in between. So you get kind of an interesting perspective on it from both sides, And we just kind of see this as a revolving door a lot of the time. And so nobody's really been capable of actually saying, okay, these problems plague both sides. How do we go about fixing it? It normally devolves into a pissing match. I think one of the dumbest questions that I've seen is, what would you rather be trapped in the woods with, a man or a bear? Like, people do not ask good faith questions with this at all. And I think a lot of it boils down to propaganda. And the reason why I say that is because any social movement is, whether or not people choose to admit it, a business to a certain lesser extent. They are reliant on funding to pay their staff and to keep moving forward. So in many ways, every social movement is a business to a certain lesser extent. And so I feel that people get wrapped up in false information and they try to sensationalize a lot of things. And it gets blown out of proportion past a certain point, and I just never really cared for that too much. So I kind of look at the bigger picture, I think. Like, I know that society at large has, like, a lot of problems that we have to address, and rape is one of many of them, and it's, like, not even as bad as it used to be. At least people these days are more comfortable with coming forth about being sexually assaulted. Like, when my grandmother was, like, growing up, when my mom was growing up, you couldn't even talk about it. You couldn't even go to the police about it because they wouldn't take you seriously. With my grandmother, she was widely viewed as property. With my mom, the police just did not care. And so it's really weird watching people kind of go and vomit up these inflated rape statistics, but when you point out that most childhood sexual assaults are done typically by single mothers, they don't want to have anything to do with that. Like, when you go and you look at the entire board for sexual assault, some things are done by certain sexes more than others. Like, for example, when you go and say you send your kids to school, we had a real huge thing in my state a while back where there was a ton of women in our county schools that were literally sleeping with students. And so I think it was, God, 1 in 5 teachers that were going in my district and sleeping with students. And there was, like, next to no men. But when you sit there and you bring that up, it's very quickly swept under the rug, or a lot of people try to say it's inaccurate, but these people are being arrested for a reason, you know, mainly for misconduct and such. So I think, like, when I go and I look at it and stuff, I just don't really have much, if any, respect left for feminism at all. I just don't. At the end of the day, I kind of want to see equality for everybody. It doesn't matter who you are. It doesn't matter what you are. I largely just don't give a shit. I just want people to go be at peace and live their lives. But with feminism functioning in its current state, the only thing that it's really cranking out is hate. It's cranking out hate. It's cranking out a lot of misinformation. Like, you can easily go and research this, but we're kind of living in a day and age where people would rather go to the search engine of their choice, click the first result, and then read a sensationalized website that is just kind of there to try to drum up donations. That way they can pay for whatever it is they want to pay for. And you can very easily identify this because as soon as you go and click the site, it'll smack you with a donation link. So I really don't trust people anymore when they say that they're feminists and stuff, because I haven't seen anybody that claims to be a feminist that hasn't been riddled with some form of brain rot in so damn long that I almost have forgotten what, like, my grandmother's era has looked like. So it's mainly been a lot of men are pigs, men are bad, you can't trust men. It's a lot of fear stoking, I think. Like, when my grandmother was growing up, women gravitated to feminism as a source of empowerment, especially during the World War II era, where women were flocking to factories with the famous "We Can Do It" poster. It was just, like, a really powerful thing, I think, back then. And nowadays, feminism teaches women to be victims in general. So everything is kind of flopped on its head, and so the narrative now is, well, you're weak and this could happen to you, but, if we promote this enough, then nobody has to be a victim. And I remember my grandmother telling me that they actually had classes on how to literally take down somebody that was trying to sexually assault you. Just full on, just put them on the ground, keep them on the ground, things like that. And nowadays, it's not really about empowerment anymore. It's about how hard can we victimize ourselves, how much fear can we live in. And it has led into other disparities where now cis women don't understand why men want nothing to do with them. Even men that have no history of bad behavior whatsoever. They don't want to date, they just don't want to get involved with anything, and, I get it. But in terms of the movement itself, it's kind of in this decaying, kind of self-consuming cycle where it's very evident to see that it's kind of falling apart, right? It's not very well supported anymore, and they keep trying to stoke it, but it's just not really working out. Now, do I think that women still need a rights movement? Absolutely. There's plenty of gaps to fill still. I mean, most of the major ones have been filled, but now there's other things to go and tackle. Is it going to be achieved on the back of the current wave of feminism? No, it's not. Nowhere near, I don't think. We need a movement that teaches empowerment, right? We don't need a movement where people are like, oh my god, if I walk out into this parking lot, 1 in 5 men could go and sexually assault me. And when you actually look at the statistics for it, it's actually quite low. Even if you were to inflate those statistics with accounting for, those that are potentially unreported and things like that, it's still pretty low. It's not what it was back when my grandmother was growing up. It wasn't what it was back when, my mom was growing up, and it wasn't even what it was when I was growing up. It's been routinely going down, which is great. So I'm actually, believe it or not, kind of proud of that. It's not really where I want it to be because I just want all of it gone, but I'm very, very stubborn and very impatient with that. I know it's not something that I'm likely ever going to see because you just can't completely weed that out. But I think that the current movement has done more harm than good. It's definitely given the entire movement a very bad look with various behaviors and things like that. And I don't really understand a lot of the hateful aspects of it, especially towards trans men and trans women, because a lot of feminists these days will literally just call a trans man a woman that's in denial, or I see a lot of feminists say that trans men couldn't really handle being a woman, which to a certain lesser extent that is correct. This is why trans men transition. But I've also seen a lot of feminists call trans men self-hating women. And it's really weird. And then for trans femmes, it's a lot of, you will never be one of us, you're not able to have kids. I mean, for a movement that literally says we are more than our body parts, they are very, very quick to default to their body parts. And it's really, really weird, I think. I've never really cared for it too much, and I honestly think that everybody can do better in that regard. And I think that it starts with the base grade teaching of showing everybody that they're powerful in their own right. Because when you go and you show people that they're powerful in their own right and you give them the proper tools, they can just defend themselves, be powerful. They don't have to live in fear. And when you stop living in fear, a lot of your fragility actually leaves. So, in order to breed a healthy movement, it starts with a healthy mindset, and constantly victimizing yourself is not a very healthy mindset to try to go and live by. It's very counterproductive. It doesn't really do anything decent, I think. So, no, I kind of view feminism as being incredibly dysfunctional, and it's going to be self-eating, and it's not something that I'm ever going to support, I think, in its current form. I mean, I'm all for everybody having rights, and I think that we need to push and, achieve those rights more or less, but it's not going to be with the current state of movements that we have. It's going to have to come from something new, I think. Okay, next question. Oh jeez. What is my social life like? Well, truth be told, I don't really have much of one. It's kind of weird. What kind of bullshit question is this? My god. Okay, you know what? Fuck it. We're gonna answer it anyways. I don't really have much of one. I have a very small group of friends. I am not a social butterfly. I don't. I'm nothing near being. I'm nowhere near being a socialite or anything like that. No, I like to spend a lot of time alone. I think I like to spend a lot of time alone because I like to be by myself and I like to work on my projects and stuff. I don't really gravitate towards a lot of people and stuff. I don't really even have a very strong presence online anymore either, like I used to for a while, and then afterwards I just realized that I just didn't really care for it. In many aspects, I'm very much so a recluse. I don't really leave the house too often. I don't really enjoy interacting with people in public very often. It's nothing personal. I just don't really like how they treat each other. I just don't really, I guess the best way, well, a better way to put it is to simply state that the current society is just not for me. It was like that with dating as well. Like, it took me a really long time to just get somebody that was just worthwhile, I think. No, I don't leave the house too often. All of my IRL friends mainly communicate with me over the internet. They're lucky if they see me once a year, maybe twice a year if I feel like coming out during the holidays. I don't really feel a need to socialize too much. I mean, I care about the people that I have and stuff. I mean, I've had them for like a really long time, some of them well over 25 years. But I don't really see a need to just constantly socialize and stuff. I enjoy quiet evenings where I'm by myself. Sitting down working on projects. Maybe I'm listening to a movie. And that's pretty much it. Like I don't really care to have this giant overt social existence. I don't really like grabbing a lot of attention at all. Like, I just don't really feel the need to have that. Like, even when I had a Twitter account, I didn't really like, I would post very heavily, but it was mainly because I had like a lot of thoughts and ideals, and those thoughts and ideals would like take up 8 or 9 fucking tweets. But I didn't really ever care if people thumbed it up or anything like that. Like, I just didn't really give a shit. And it's nothing personal, it's just I was mainly venting to the void. But in public, I'm actually very quiet, very mild mannered. I just kind of have a tendency to go and keep to myself a fair bit. Even shopping is like that. If I'm having a hard time, if I go shopping for whatever reason, I'm having a hard time reading the label on like a thing of food because my eyes are just so screwed up. Most of the time, I don't even ask for help. Like, I just do not really like approaching other people at all. It's nothing personal, it's just how it is. Like, I don't hate people. I just don't really like how they yell at each other, they talk down to each other. If you've ever been in a cashier's line and you've seen people yell at cashiers, that's one of the main reasons why I just kind of stopped socializing. I think I got a hard look at everything that society was hawking, and oh man, I was young too. I think I was like 8 or 9. And I just kind of said to myself some 30 fucking years ago, oh god, this is awful. I really don't want this. It was, it was nothing personal. It's just, I just don't like how people treat one another. And so after a while, I just didn't really want to deal with it. So I just kind of kept to myself. That's how it is. I have my little YouTube project. I play games occasionally, although that has cut back substantially in the last 10 years, because my vision has eroded so heavily that I'm just kind of like, oh, I'm struggling. So now I save all my gaming for when I make videos. Or if I have a friend that wants me to do co-op with them, I'll go and I'll play it with them. But no, I think me being a little bit of a recluse has kind of dominated every aspect of my life. I live like really far down in southern Arizona, and I'm pretty close to the mountains and stuff, and I enjoy the peace. I enjoy the peace, I enjoy the quiet, I enjoy the various aspects of being left the fuck alone. I just don't really like anything that society currently has on offer. I don't really like a lot of how people will go and backstab the fuck out of each other. I don't really like how people will passively judge one another. I think I'd gotten burnt out on it pretty hard, so a lot of my life is literally just in my home, and strangely enough, I'm very comfortable here. A lot of people for a while were like, well, if you don't really ever leave your house, how do you get enjoyment? I get enjoyment from all kinds of stuff. I do leave the house every day to go and work out and stuff because I am trying to get my body in better shape. I'm dealing with some cardio issues and everything else. My heart's just kind of in a, well, it's in the if you do not work me out, nothing is going to function right stage. Like, my vascular's been fucked for a while now, but that's okay. So I leave the house, and for a while I was going and taking photos. Like, I would take them on my smartphone because With a traditional camera, it has a mechanical aperture and stuff, so you rely on the ability of your eye to see to be able to go and actually view the photo. But on a smartphone, I can just lower the focal range for my eyes just by holding the screen closer to my face, so it's actually really nice in that regard. But yeah, even that kind of stopped. Like, I was kind of going, and for a while I would go and I would go hiking out in the middle of the desert, and I have this officer that literally lives on my block. And so she would get upset because I would just go and use one of the main access ways every single day to go hiking and take photos and do photos of the sky and the mountains and, the lower plains and just, everything. And so after a while, I had just kind of gotten tired of being badgered with it. And I said, I guess it's just time to shut it down. And so I haven't taken a photo in quite some time. So I just kind of, I think, unplugged past a certain point. It really was just kind of, it wasn't something that I just decided one day. I think it was more like a progressive thing. Like if I went in public, people were normally rude. Just didn't really want to deal with it. And then having social anxiety on top of it really just was not that great. Like, it's quite literally, I think, impacted every facet of my life, and it's given me a lot to think about. So my friends, they'll give me a call. They know I'm not like super phone heavy. I don't see well enough to text. And if I do text you back, it's a short form gift because I have to really work to do it. So it's really weird because my phone plan has like unlimited talk and text. I very rarely use the talk, and I damn near never use the text. So if my friends want to get a hold of me, it's normally either over Discord, even though I haven't touched the Xbox in quite a few years, outside of filming on it for 2025's content. I still jump into parties on my smartphone and stuff. I just kind of, like, I pretty much saw how ugly everybody was to one another, and I just kind of decided that I did not want anything to do with that. It was kind of weird. Like, I think I was in my teens, and high school was just kind of a hell of a thing. I remember just looking at how everybody behaved back in high school, and I just said to myself, good God, I don't want any of this. And so I dated a fair bit in high school, and it was a mess. I didn't really like how people were expected to break up with one another. It was never a clear-cut case of, oh, hey, this isn't really working out, let's just kind of go our separate ways. It's normally like a lot of ghosting and a lot of whining, bitching, moaning, just straight up complaining, a lot of backstabbing. It wasn't a really good experience. And then the mentality, I think, I had stopped being super sociable because the mentality that I had in high school was, oh, I'm only going to see these people for like the next 4 years. And when I go and like I try to craft friendships and stuff, the reason why I've had the same people for so long is because I know that they're going to be sticking around a fair bit because we've been hanging out with each other so long that we just kind of use the internet to bridge it. But with high school, when I was going and looking at it, I kind of said to myself, yeah, after high school, everybody's going to be going off to colleges in different areas and stuff, and I don't really know these people too well, so why would I go and invest time into going and getting to know these people? So my claim to fame in high school was like occasional dating, and then my senior year there was actually a girl that was raped, and so I was like walking her from class to class. So it was really just kind of a hell of a thing. Like I was just obscenely large back then, with me being like a little under 7 foot tall now. I was just fucking huge for my age. So I just kind of never really bothered to get super attached to people, and then I had actually stopped dating for a long time and actually stopped making friends in general because I was hanging out with this girl named Courtney for a while, and she had later attempted to accuse me of sexual assault, and then tried to get her dad involved as well, and then that fell flat when they went ahead and investigated it. Turns out that you can't sexually assault somebody on a day that you weren't at school for, you know. So it was really weird. Like, I guess a lot of my reclusiveness is kind of shaped by my life experiences. You know, never really saw a need to date after that. It took me a really long time to get back on the bandwagon. Didn't really care for how people went and treated each other in in public and stuff. And so after a while, I just kind of said, God, man, people just really aren't worth it. Even going to doctor's appointments and stuff and working with people that are supposed to be professionals per se, they're just not with it either. They're really not. A lot of them are incredibly rude, super disrespectful a lot of the time. But that's been the medical industry for like the last 30 years, so that's not really anything special at this point. So what I do is I have a tendency. When you walk into my home, there's always like a ton of projects going on, right? And those projects have been they've been my mainstay for a while. It's how I started doing YouTube. You know, it started off as a small project that turned into a large project. It's how I did the AYN Odin handheld line of videos. Like, if I take on a project, it's normally to go and learn a new skill or to try to adapt to something. For a while, when I had lost my vision, my projects were doing laundry with no vision, going and cooking with like super low vision without burning the hell out of myself. You know, I've been doing projects for like a really long time, and my projects keep me happy. They keep me content. You know, if my friends want to know where I'm at, they know where to find me. They can reach out, you know, via message and stuff. I'm never really that far away, but in terms of like social life and everything else, I'm not antisocial, I'm just non-social. And a large portion of that is, I would like to believe, the autism and stuff, because I have a lot of special interests, mainly Resident Evil and Silent Hill and video production, and I like learning about the universe a fair bit, and, you know, staying in shape, or at least trying to get in shape, which has gotten substantially better in recent months with routine training. And, you know, like, I feel like I have a very content life at home. I don't really have to worry about people, you know, and I don't have to worry about people asking me weird questions like, why are you so quiet? Or I think another thing that I see quite often is people get incredibly upset because I never went through a party phase. You know, like all of my friends that I have and stuff, they went through like these party horn dog phases, and, you know, I never went through one. I never went through one at all. I was so fucking boring. It was just straight to college, and that was pretty much it. You know, so I've always been very, very mild, I think, outside of my mental health issues and stuff. I think a lot of my social life has suffered immensely as well because of my mental health issues. You know, like, I kind of have the mentality of, you know, if I just stay away from people, I don't really have to worry about whether or not my mental health issues will go and bother them. There's a lot of consideration, I think, that I kind of take with it and stuff, and so I just kind of sit there and say, oh, okay, you know, this is just what we're doing. So my home is very quiet, and I share it with a couple of dogs. And there's not really, like, walking into my home, it is very, very still, for lack of a better term. There's normally music playing in the background. A lot of the time it's classical. There's also a fair bit of heavy metal in there, as well as industrial, but it's not like a very, very rowdy home, you know? It's not like a revolving shit show, I think. It's just always been like this kind of cozy place where there's either music running, and there's always me working in a room somewhere on something or trying to research something, or I can be very studious at times. And so, yeah, my social life is non-existent. I don't really get on social media. It's literally working on various projects, going to doctor's appointments, video rendering, and I always have some old school TV shows playing in the background. Mostly it's 90s like kids shows and stuff, like just cartoons I was comfortable growing up with. just really kind of soft stuff, and I'm always near a dog, more or less. So that's kind of how that is, and it's not much, but it's mine. And I think that kind of shocks a lot of people because most people assume that when you do Twitch or YouTube or something that, you're all over the place and going to meets and stuff. No, some of us are just recluses. We don't go out often. We don't really see a need for it. And it just really, I'm pretty sure that I'm most likely going to die like this. I don't really see a need to change. I'm very comfortable where I'm at, mainly, and I've got my group that I hang out with. I can't really complain too much. So, but, it is what it is. Alrighty, moving down the list here. I cannot fucking read this. Hey, hon, can you hand me a magnifying glass, please? Yeah, I'm trying to go down this sheet. I'm just kind of working on this, and yeah, I gotta be able to read it. 15x, please. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Yeah, not a problem, hon. I love you too. Alright, what do we got here? Goddamn, my eyes are tired. Okay. I'm pretty sure this actually could have gone with the social question. Okay, next question. Do you have a lot of friends? I'm pretty sure I answered this. At one point I actually did have a rather sizable group. So it was kind of weird. I had a sizable group, but I think out of like that group of 25, it was like 25 or 26 people, I was only realistically close with 5 of them. I would have people that would literally go and just kind of latch on to me because when I'm around people that I'm comfortable with, I tell a lot of jokes, and I also play a lot of music. Because I like things to be comfortable and cozy, and I like people to laugh and have a good time and everything like that. I'm very very much so a homebody, and I'm a little bit of a clown in that regard, and not a lot of people get to see that because I'm very guarded around people I don't know or just the general public. And so a while back I had started cleaning up my life. I looked at things and life was progressing rather nicely, and I was actually going places, and I just kind of was like, I was fresh out of like a bad fucking relationship and shit, and so I said, I need to get it together. I was in my, I think I was 27 at the time, and I just kind of said to myself, I can do better. I should do better than this, and I had thought about it for a while, and so I said, okay, well, what can I work on? What can I do to actually go and improve my life? And I was like, okay, well, let's go ahead and get a savings established, and let's work on our health, and, just the short shit of things that you have to work on. Let's get the arthritis under control. Let's go ahead and square away the rest of the autoimmune issues and stuff, and let's try to eat better. Like, I kind of, in my late 20s, I had evolved very heavily. Like, I do it in between 7 to 9 years. Like, everybody else just kind of changes progressively, and it's beautiful. Me, I kind of get service packs every 8 to 9 years. So I was going and I was having a lot of realizations at the time, and I just kind of was like, okay, I'm kind of tired of suffering with these various issues. It's very evident that I need to work on them past a certain point. What can I do as a human being from where I'm sitting at to go and improve these problems? And so I went through this phase that I'm still going through all these years later, where I'm just kind of cleaning everything up. I'm getting my medical life straightened out. I pretty much have everything else straightened out largely that I want to accomplish currently. But I had noticed that as I had improved my life, as I had stopped things like smoking weed and going and drinking heavily, I would smoke weed every now and then. I was a little bit of a stoner. I'm way more productive on weed. But the big thing that was killing me was the alcoholism, which had kind of spiked up a fair bit in one of my old relationships. And so I said, okay, I need to stop drinking, which I did. It was a hard road, but I've been celebrating sobriety for a while now, and I'm a way chiller human being as an end result. When I'm drunk, I'm just fucking mean. So I found that I started losing people when I had started upgrading my life. And it's really, really weird because I was under the assumption, because youthful ignorance, I was under the assumption for a while that if I was to go and upgrade my life, people would support it and they would be really, really happy about it. I was met with a hell of a lot of resistance from my family, and I was met with even more resistance from ex friends. So a lot of people would get really upset when I had started upgrading my life because I was like, I just don't want to drink anymore. I don't want to be like this. I don't even really want to hang out with people that drink because I know that if I start doing it, I'm going to start drinking again. And, it's just not really going to be great for anybody. So I was kind of just going through and saying to myself, okay, we're going to, go and do all these things. Then I wanted to get my health in order and just tackle everything. And a lot of people just got very, very upset because I noticed that when you start doing things, they become offended. Like, they kind of behave like they're inferior, and I never really understood that. Every time, so with the friends that I still have, every time they go and do something, that's like really, really chill, I actually cheer them on. I sit down and I say, oh man, you're doing good. Keep going, keep pushing. It doesn't matter if they're conquering alcoholism or their mental health. It doesn't really matter what the fuck it is they're doing. I cheer it on anyways. As long as it is of some benefit to their overall well-being or something that they enjoy that is not corrosive to other human beings, I cheer it on. And so I had started losing people quite a bit. It was really weird. Like, I went through the initial phase of examining a lot of the people that I hung out with and just kind of having the sobering thought of these people are not treating other people as I would, have them be treated, kind of thing. And I'm not religious by any means, but I definitely believe in trying to treat people as well as I can. And so I think when I was younger, I was substantially dumber and then drunk on top of it. And when you're drunk, you don't really pay attention too much. You just kind of wallow in the depression a fair bit and you're just happy to have who you have. But as I got older, I kind of looked at a lot of the relationships I had and I said, God damn, these relationships are awful. And it was when I had broken up with one of my exes, I had looked at everybody that we hung out with and I said, Jesus Christ, this is not for me. And so I had started improving, and a lot of people had started acting like they were inferior for some reason, and it was really, really strange because I was just very, very excited to be going and taking the journey. And so I found that as I had taken my journey and stuff, and as I had upgraded and improved everything, they would just randomly fall off. And it was really, really weird for me. Like, they would just kind of randomly disappear. Some of them would just fade into the background, and I never really understood it too much or at all. So as the years have gone by, I have just progressively lost people. Other people I have actually taken the effort to cut ties with, and that is because I realize that they are not treating people well. They don't really treat their significant others well. And so I would just kind of sit there and say, okay, this obviously, is not for me. When I was younger, I thought this was a good idea. Not such a good idea anymore. Let's go ahead and just kind of move on. And when I would move on from folks, it wouldn't be hostile or anything. I wouldn't like get in their face and be like, oh, you fucking suck, and just kind of go from there, I think. I would just kind of progressively ease into it a little bit because some people can get very fucking hostile when you sit there and end friendships with them. And I would just say, hey, I don't really see things improving. This is really not how it should be. Let's go ahead and just end it here. I kind of just want to move on. And a lot of people, received it well. Some people just got really, really pissed. Like, the bar, the bar, I think, Oh, jeez, thank you. The bar, I think I was just kind of sitting there and I was like, I need to raise it. So I got rid of people that were like sexist, racist, homophobic. Just I kind of went down this entire line of folks, and I was like, yeah, I'm just kind of tired of looking at this. And, you know, a lot of people had gotten upset because I had started to grade people pretty harshly past a certain point as well. I would judge them based off of their politics and stuff, especially when the 2016 election had rolled around a fair bit. I was just kind of looking at it and saying to myself, this is pretty fucking bad. This guy's not going to be good for us. And so politics had greatly motivated a lot of the people that I weeded out as well, especially in regards to things like trans rights, women's rights, brutality against African Americans, things of that nature, you know. And so I had entered a phase, I think, where I had just stopped negotiating entirely. I would realize that a lot of things were wrong, and a lot of these people would become so damn hateful, especially like old friends that I had that were Republicans. They would be amazingly hateful towards everything. And then some of them literally would be so intense about it that it would borderline on fucking insanity coming from somebody that's not really mentally stable. It was really weird. As far as politics went, I think when I was younger, I would just kind of try to accept everybody for the sake of fitting in. And then as I got older, I became more strict with it because I got tired of watching people sit there and just kind of gloat about awful things that really shouldn't be happening, especially in regards to things like women's rights. And I wound up going and getting rid of another dude because when George Floyd had died, he was like, "Oh, he was nothing but, a drug addict and all this stuff." And I remember sitting down and saying to myself, "Yeah, this what this man did was really sketchy. And I'm sure that he's done awful things in his life, but at the end of the day, he's still a human being." And so he would kind of gloat about police officers going and just brutalizing the hell out of this man, and I cut ties with him over it. And so his argument was, well, you're really going to do this to me after all that we've been through, and it's just one guy. And I would sit there and I would try to rationalize it to him, and I would try to explain it to him like he's five. It wasn't the fact that somebody passed away. Right, well, didn't even pass away, straight up fucking murdered, as far as I'm concerned. It was the base grade idea of the man was not shown any sort of compassion at all, and then the way that he died was incredibly fucking atrocious. And so this ex-friend of mine couldn't understand that concept. He didn't care. He was just too busy bitching about how the guy that did it was going to receive prison time, and then it was later outed that this man was incredibly racist. And when I had brought that up, I said, yeah, we've got a problem with racism and we got to tackle it. And he's like, oh, it doesn't matter. It's not a big enough issue. So I think as I've become older, I've started to surround myself more with people that align with my values and stuff. It doesn't really happen too often, but I still do have two friends that are Republicans, and then I have quite a few friends that are Democrats, but the bulk of the people that I still hang out with are quite literally anarcho-communists. It really just, the more that I had looked at both sides of the aisle when it came to politics, the more I realized I was very dissatisfied with both. Republicans remind me very much so of fascists. Well, as far as I'm concerned, they are fascists. And then with Democrats, I've always viewed them as incredibly complacent with all of the country's issues and stuff. It's a lot of, we want change, but no change is actually happening. And so I've just kind of learned to go and clean things out a fair bit. I didn't really want to hang out with people, I think, that complained all the time and stuff. As somebody that complains horribly and is trying to get rid of the habit, I realize I can't really be around it if I would like to chase my own self-improvement. And so I struggled with that a fair bit as well. friendships in general, well, socializing in general is just really incredibly rough. It's not really, I think that to a certain lesser extent, it's not really for me. I'm grateful for the people that I have and stuff, and I'm incredibly blessed that they're in my life, but I think past a certain point, I was more interested in weeding out the cancer than I was with being incredibly popular. Like I never really cared to be popular. I didn't really give a shit what the hell people thought of me or anything like that. I just kind of wanted to go and live my life, and whoever enjoys me. And if people don't enjoy me, that's fine. They can find greener pastures elsewhere, or, well, what they perceive to be as greener, I guess. But I just kind of wanted to have a mentality of live and let live, but I found it to be incredibly difficult when you have certain groups that are calling for the death of people and everything else. And, I just realized that it wasn't for me. I just kind of said to myself, oh, okay, well, this is not really for me. Our values aren't really lining up. I think another group that I had really just shaved the hell out of and eliminated from my life was most Christians. So, fun fact about me, I was raised Christian. I was kind of sucking on that Kool-Aid a little bit too hard, I think, and, there was a point in time where I was also extremely conservative. And as I had grown up, well, mainly through, I want to say mainly through high school, I started to realize a lot of things. And because my high school was one of the ones where you had to take Constitution, it was mandatory, going to school out in TUSD. So when you took Constitution, they would also show you how to fill out voter registration, things like that. And it was really weird because there was a lot of people back then that were already trying to mix religion and politics. And when you take Constitution, you have to learn about things like the separation of church and state and everything else. And so it was really weird because back then, a lot of the Christian friends that I had would already be trying to mix church and state. And I would quote it. I would say, hey, we have a separation of church and state because, and then go and explain the entire thing. But it seems like a lot of them were interested in Christian nationalism very early on. A lot of them wanted like mandatory prayer in school that everybody had to participate in and everything like that. And with me at the time identifying as a Republican, because I didn't really have a grasp of how awful conservatism was at the time and how awful it continues to be, I would just kind of brainlessly agree with it. It wasn't until I had the rather intrusive thought, which hindsight is probably my best thought now, of, this is impeding on people's actual freedoms, that I had started to think a little bit more independently. And it's really weird because I think when you're a kid, you're more interested in fitting in. So, like, you have a tendency to go along with your friends' values, your family's values, things like that. Because you're young and you're ignorant and you're not really, like, fully developed, you know what I mean? So you're not, like, really thinking outside the box too much. And when high school had hit, I had started thinking more independently. I realized it took me quite a few years looking back on it now to realize that, I was going to school in an extremely conservative county, and a lot of them were just kind of pushing for fascism pretty early on. A lot of them were extremely anti-choice and stuff, and a lot of them were extremely fucking sexist on top of it. It wasn't even just the kids that were like that, it was a lot of the adults too. If it wasn't for my Constitution teacher, Mrs. Green, I would have never thought outside the box, because all the other teachers at the time were hardcore conservative that would try to always paint everything that was going on as the right way of doing things. And with Mrs. Green, she was truly neutral with everything. She would just spit out the facts and call it a day, more or less. So it was kind of a hell of a thing, I think, because as I had started thinking outside the box, I had said to myself, oh man, you know, I would literally sit there and say, oh man, this really isn't that great. People shouldn't be treated like this. It's important to go and have people, have the option of going and getting an abortion if they, want or need one. Or it's also important to not go and try to press your religion on everybody in the school that, you go and are attending, more or less. And so when you start having these realizations and stuff, I think when you start approaching adulthood, you start to realize that things are substantially wrong. And so a lot of this had reflected in my friends groups as well. So I had just kind of looked at it and I would sit there and say, this is wrong. And a lot of people would sit there and say, well, without any sort of God, there is no morality, which at the time I had, I continued to do so, mind you, but I had disagreed. Because I believed that in order to be moral, you didn't really need a religion strapped to you. You just needed to have enough common sense to realize that what is happening to somebody else is wrong, especially when it comes to oppression of their rights and stuff. And a lot of the times I would see people go and use religion to oppress another person's rights while simultaneously stating that their own rights were being attacked and everything else. And it was a very, very deep rabbit hole to go down. And so this habit would carry into my adult life, I think, especially when it came to weeding out the majority of that giant group of friends that I was hanging out with my ex. They would make blanket statements like, oh, well, women, don't need abortions. And, as somebody that's watched somebody die from an ectopic pregnancy, I can staunchly say that I disagree. It was really, really weird. So when I was going and cleaning out my connections that I had with people and stuff, I would notice this a fair bit. And I would just kind of say to myself, it's okay for them to have religion, but other people don't have to adhere to it. I've always viewed religion as a deeply personal choice that is, it's entirely up to you to make it. I understand that a lot of Christians, they're kind of indoctrinated from like a very early age, like I was, where you're kind of raised on it, right? Like your whole family's Christian, so naturally you're Christian too. They drag you to church and everything else. But I think the older I got, the more intolerant I became with it because I got tired of the hateful rhetoric that would pop out of their mouths a lot of the time. Like, I would look at them and they would make fun of people for like being atheistic and stuff. They would sit there and say, well, Bill's an atheist. And I would find myself asking the question, why does that matter? And they would get upset because they would say, well, you got to believe in God. And it's like, well, if you have the right to believe in God, does this man not have the right to make the choice to not believe in God? And a lot of the time, they would just get very, very upset with it. They would become incredibly upset with it, I think. And so I just kind of sat down for a while, and I said to myself, this leaves a lot to be desired, and we kind of just went from there, and it was something that I had progressively shut down because I had just kind of gotten tired of witnessing the vitriol just kind of pour out of their mouths a fair bit, and a lot of people just kind of sit there and say, well, it's not a problem, and I would just kind of look at it and say, yeah, it is, because you shouldn't be using your faith to oppress another. And so I do have a couple of Christians that still call me their friend and stuff, and I kind of, in many ways, like, I kind of always have an eye on them, because with most Christians at large, I've been shown repeatedly that a lot of them just try to oppress others, so while I do have them as friends, I'm always kind of looking at them and, like, thinking about it in the back of my mind, So, but no, I had wound up shaving off so many people back then because I had just kind of gotten sick and tired of being sick and tired. I got tired of bad mannerisms, things like that. I got tired of people judging other people for things like being gay or being trans, or I got tired of the subtle amounts of racism from my friends in the South, well, ex-friends now, like I had just gotten truly bored with it, and I would eventually say to myself, humanity really just doesn't have time for this bullshit. It don't. That's just how that is. And I had decided in my early 30s, I think, that I just got sick and tired of being sick and tired, and I didn't want to live in any sort of existence that was oppressive. And so the more time that I had spent on it, the more time that I had sat down and studied it and everything else, I realized that there were certain political factions that were not healthy at all, and that religion did more to divide than it did to unite. And then religion was also, most of them that I had studied for a bit, I found were incredibly oppressive. And that didn't really line up with any of the values that I wanted to go and have, and it certainly didn't line up with my worldview either. So yeah, I don't really keep a lot of friends anymore, but the friends that I do have are keepers. They are amazing human beings that I am incredibly grateful to have. I had weeded out people that complained about their lives a lot. I would have, and it wasn't even so much for the fact that they were complaining about their lives. Life is fucking hard, dude. I'm not going to sit here and say, oh, hey, life is just easy, but it wasn't so much the fact that they were complaining about their life, it was the fact that they were complaining about things without making any sort of effort to go and try to solve the issue. I'm all for complaining, but at least try to solve it first. Like, no shit. Like, at least make the choice to sit there and be like, oh, okay, well, can I solve this? And then if you can't solve it, if it's truly out of your hands, by all means, please, complain away. Hell, I'll even listen to you do it. I'm not above it at that point. But it was really weird. Like, I would see people go and complain about their dating life a lot, and they would kind of spiral into an argument. Well, not even an argument, more like a rant of how, they can't attract a woman and how it's like a woman's fault, and, is like traveling into some serious fucking sexist territory there. And I didn't really care for that. As somebody that dated a lot and stuff, I would just kind of sit there and say to myself, you're not going to be winning all of them, man. You're going to have to go through a couple of people before you get one that you really vibe with, and that's okay. But it was really, really weird. Like, I realized as time had gone on with a lot of the relationships that I had that I was constructing a mass filter because I had just kind of gotten tired of it. Like, I didn't want to I didn't want to hang out or I didn't want to hang out. I'm sorry. I didn't want to hang out with folks that went and would go on dates and shit and then give a sexist rant afterwards. I didn't really want to hang out with religious folks that would go and try to oppress others with, whatever ideology it was. And, it just really it got so fucking stale, man. But, that's just how it is sometimes. So I took time to weed it out, and now I kind of keep my social existence and my friends like a walled garden. I keep the wall high because I want to keep the trash out. So a lot of people have a tendency to claim that I'm unapproachable or that I'm rude or, like, I don't have a filter. I never have. Everybody that's ever known me has realized this shit very, very quickly, and I'm very blunt about everything. So I think that it's important to keep the wall high because I don't really want to attract low-quality people that just don't really have any sort of consideration for other people. I like to take care of the friends that I have and stuff. Like, I do give them a fair bit of my time and energy, and as always, I give them a ton of my love, as I typically do. And I think that you can't really do that with a ton of people attached to you. I've seen some people sit there and say, oh, I've got 100 people that I know, and, I wouldn't really want that for them. Like, I would never really want to reach a state where I would have to cater to that many people because then you're focused more on quantity than you are on quality. So I only have a couple of folks that I go and consider like really close friends these days, but I'm actually very glad that I have only a couple of people because I'd rather have a couple of people that I know very well and that I know are really high quality people that just don't treat people like shit versus have like 100 people that I don't really know that well that could be extremely fucking sketchy and everything else. So for me, it's just kind of, I would rather have that quality over that quantity. The people that currently have me as a friend, they're treated extremely fucking well. They're loved immensely, and we get along very, very famously. We hang out routinely over the internet, damn near all the time. And yeah, I wouldn't really have it any other way, I think. So yeah, moving on to the next question. I answered that one already. Okay. Oh. Oh, that's... Hun, where the hell did you fetch these from? Were these actual emails? Oh, jeez. Okay. Alright. That's cool. We're going to be skipping over that one, too, because I answered that one earlier. Oh, here we go. Oh, next question. Have you ever been offended by a comment on YouTube? No, not really. Like, I don't really get super offended with shit. I may get annoyed, but I don't actually take offense. I guess I'm more awe-inspired by how dumb people can get on this damn platform, but I don't really ever take offense to it. I try to respond to every comment that I get. It's not easy because sometimes the tools that I use to read the comments don't always read them correctly because, AI can suck sometimes. But I try to respond to all of them, even the ones that I would deem to be in bad taste. So yeah, I've had all kinds of content that I've made on this platform, and I've had all varieties of content comments be applied to them. I've had some people come at me for being trans, call me a troon and shit, whatever. You just block and move on. I've had other people literally crop up, sitting there asking me, oh, hey, what's wrong with your eyes? And I don't mind answering that either. I've even had some people pop up and sit there and say, hey, yeah, by the way, you're playing these games a little too well. We're going to go ahead and assume that you can just see very well. But that's going to be a question, or that's going to be tied into another question that's been asked looking down this list a little bit now. So I try to take all the comments with grace. Ultimately, to a certain lesser extent, I don't really care. It's nothing personal. It's just when you're dealing with people on the internet, I feel like you can't really afford to care to a certain lesser extent. Like, I think that you literally just go and you're kind of like, oh shit. Everybody's going to have an opinion. And so you just kind of sit there and you say to yourself, okay, it's an opinion. It's fine. And you just kind of move forward. I think it's kind of a hallmark of maturity to a certain lesser extent when you sit there and you have that realization. You say to yourself, oh, okay, this is, where we're at. This is what we're doing. I do think I get frustrated answering the same question multiple times that I see in the comments because I kind of, most of the time, want to see something fresh, but I don't really ever get offended with it. I think the last thing that I'd gotten annoyed with was I had posted the video for Resident Evil Umbrella Chronicles, and I was playing it on the Wii, and I'd been practicing this damn game for just months and months and months because it's hard to get some of the patterns down pat. But once you get the pattern down pat, you're there. You're golden. So the game itself is only like 5 hours long, but 5 hours for me is months of work to try to get most of that memorized because I wasn't able to see a lot of the crap that was flying at me. House of the Dead was very much so the same way. And so I had to employ a lot of fixes and stuff and just get to the point where I was like, okay, this red reticle is my cursor that I can use to shoot things. And it was like that with the Switch. It was like that with the Wii mode. I did it for all of the light gun games that I could muster. I think there was one that I did where the reticle was white, and I had to literally give it up because my eye could not go and register any of it correctly. But yeah, I guess this guy thought that he was really doing something because he was sitting down and I guess he thought he was being cute, but he had misgendered me, right off the bat in the comments when it's not hard to go to the About section and just read that a fair bit. But whatever, it's nothing I haven't seen before. But what had really kind of bothered me a little bit was literally trying to sneak in a low-grade accusation into the comment of, for being blind, he aims the Wiimote incredibly well. And I don't really think a lot of people had understood that to do these videos, it's a lot of work. It is a hell of a lot of work, and it's a lot of practice and memorization, and some games, well, most games do go through. And then there are some games that I've done that have been critical flops where I get 3/4 of the way through it, I say, oh man, I seriously can't do this, and then I end up having to give it up, more or less. But I do get the occasional oddball comment that I look at it, and I really kind of have to say to myself, you really think you were doing something special there, didn't you? I find that people on the internet are very brazen. That doesn't really bother me. I mean, granted, I wouldn't be brazen like that, but if other people want to, that's fine. They're the ones that have to look stupid as an end result. I don't really sweat it too much. I have a policy where I don't even really argue in the comments whatsoever. I've had back and forths a fair bit, especially on the Summer of Arcade videos that I did where, we talk about vintage games and stuff, and that's always really, really nice. Or sometimes I have some people that I've known for a bit come in, they'll comment on my videos, and they'll say, oh, hey, this is funny, that's not funny, and I'll normally reply and stuff, but when it comes to the base grade YouTube user, I find that most of them, I just kind of flake it off because most of them have a tendency to show you their ass right off the bat. Or some of them will try to go and make comments about things that they know nothing about, like when I was going, and I think it was one comment on the Oddworld Stranger's Wrath shorts that I was doing for a while when I was playing it on Switch. The guy had made a comment of, this is not X difficulty because on X difficulty, this is like this and that's like that. And the guy was directly quoting, I think it was like the Xbox release that had that specific set of stylings with its features and stuff. And then the version I was playing, which is the Switch port, was based around the Android release that they had done years and years ago, which had a substantial amount of changes that were made to it. So I find that people on YouTube are a lot like people on Twitter. They will argue for the sake of arguing. And so it's normally something that you kind of have to go in and handle with a fair bit of grace. You literally have to sit there and be like, oh, okay, alright. It's just a standard YouTube troll going and showing their ass. Nothing to see here, folks. Keep it moving. And so I find that sometimes comments can even be like really, really boring. Like sometimes people will post a pretty big insult, but it's like not even inventive. It's just really boring to go and try to read. And so you kind of say to yourself, I wish this person was a little bit more inventive with their insults. I wish that, these people could at least try to get a little bit more creative with it. But no, I find YouTube trolls to not really be offensive. I just find them to be really fucking boring a lot of the time. And so, while I don't get offended, I definitely get bored. And so I try to answer the questions, the comments that pop up with a fair bit of tact and a little bit of grace. And, sometimes I win with it, sometimes I don't. Just it kind of is what it is. And I just don't really think too much of it. Like when I look at it, I don't even really think too much of them as like human beings as well. Like I just kind of sit there and say, it's just a person posting on the net. I don't really know them or anything, so there's not really, I feel like to be offended you kind of have to be attached to people in general. Like I've heard some things out of a couple of my friends that are pretty damn offensive, and of course my family members and such, but I've never really, when it comes to just base grade people, I kind of just view them as people kind of shuffling through the crowd a fair bit. And that's always been kind of a real huge kind of mentality with me. Like, I don't sit there and say, oh, hey, oh my god, this random person said something that is supercharged and ugh. I just kind of look at them and I say, yeah, this really doesn't surprise me that much. I don't know why the hell I'd expect anything better out of these people. It's just kind of almost a complete total level of apathy that I have that's just kind of layered over it and stuff. So yeah, I don't really worry about the comments too much. So let's go ahead and move on to the next question. Alright. Hey hon, are these the only questions? Or is this just the first sheet? Oh. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's fair. Okay, this question is, can you please explain what is wrong with your vision in detail? I can't remember if I've ever actually fucking answered this, because I know this is not the first time that this has been brought up. I don't know if it's been requested in detail, but I know it's most likely not the first time. Yeah, fuck it, we ballin'. Okay, so, my eyes are fucked. It is not just my eyes, it is also part of my brain. So we're going to start at the front of my eyeballs, and we're going to move all the way to the back of my brain. So I've got some pretty serious scarring on my left eye, and that is mainly from having it torn up from physical damage. Nothing special, nothing new. I do have nerve issues in both of my eyes. Both of my optic nerves are very, very pale from inflammation, and so as an end result, they don't really process information correctly. Both of my eyes have myopia as well as bilateral complex astigmatism, which is just a very, very fancy way of saying that my lenses are shaped like taco shells. Not really anything special. A lot of people have it, but my case is actually really, really severe. In my right eye, I have a lot of scarring on my retina, and I also have a fair bit of retinal holes as well. And this impacts my ability to look at things correctly, and I have quite a few blind spots on top of it. Most of this I would normally go and fix with glasses. I do wear glasses. They are rather thick. Whenever I go and have glasses done, just to keep them somewhat thin, that way it doesn't look like I have hockey pucks hanging off my face. I do have them compressed. I have two pairs of glasses I use. I have one for projects that is super thick and just, oh god, so big. So thick. And so goofy to look at because they make my eyes look huge too. It's fucking nuts. And then I have another set, which I wear publicly, which has compressed lenses, and those lenses are about 1/4 of an inch thick. Well, actually not even 1/4 of an inch. I'd have to say about 1/3. And even compressed down, the lenses are still very, very thick. I have nystagmus as well. Due to inflammation, it has a tendency to screw with the nerves, so my eyes kind of drift a fair bit, or sometimes they rock side to side. That is nothing new. It gets worse when I actively try to move them. They'll randomly jerk. So I also have synchronization issues with my vision, and that is from having the back of my head split open. So it turns out all of your visual processing is done in the back. And so basically, your visual cortex is way the hell in the back of your brain. And when I had my head split open, there was a fair bit of swelling. And then there was a fair bit of concussive damage as well. So what that led to is it made my vision super short. And then I also have issues synchronizing data. Well, visual data. So instead of seeing like one thing, I'll see 4 or 5 of things. And then for some reason, my vision is split between looking normal in terms of like color, and then there's red and green copies of some things. And so, yeah, it makes it damn near impossible to see pretty much anything. And so there's been a lot of scrutiny, I think, over the years, because what happened was my vision was screwed. We thought that I needed glasses. So when I had my head split open, they said, it's a concussion. Don't worry about it. Your vision will come back in a couple of days. A couple of days turned into a couple of weeks. quite a few months, and then years and years and years. So what wound up happening is we thought that it was a clear-cut case of needing prisms, which are just specialized lenses that are super fucking thick that help with this. But when your brain doesn't process it right, it doesn't process it right. And so prisms will help with most things, but my brain doesn't know how to synchronize visual data correctly. So we tried prisms. That didn't work. And then I had updated my glasses, and that didn't work. I mean, they did do the glasses correctly, but I'm still incredibly short-sighted with multivision. And then finally, I didn't actually know that it was visual cortex damage until I had seen a retinal specialist some 7 years later. And I was asking him about it. He's like, hey, what's your vision look like? And I said, man, it's really screwed up. And I had explained the situation to him. And he's like, yeah, you should have seen a specialist immediately, and they should have stuck you on something to control the swelling because that is permanent damage. And I said, okay. I said, well, it's been a really long time, man. I don't think that I'm going to be able to fix it. He goes, you can't. You're going to have to live with it for the rest of your life. And I said, that's fine. I've had plenty of time to go and go and reconcile it, more or less, and adapt to it and everything else. And so I wear glasses. They're not a complete catch-all. I have a tendency to sit really close to things. When I go and I film, I'm like sitting right in front of like a huge-ass 55-inch TV, which functions as my monitor. And I use it for filming. I use it for editing. I go and I use it to type documents. When I go and I type documents on a 55-inch screen, the font is stapled at 45. Just so I can start to see what it is I'm typing, and then when I go to actually print it, I highlight all, shrink it down to 12. That way the document looks normal. So that's pretty much how I go and I function on a day-to-day basis. As far as clothing and everything else goes, I keep my wardrobe simple, straight black. Black boots, black pants, black t-shirt. Most of the time has a video game of some sort on it or a heavy metal band. I keep it all in black because I don't have to worry about mixing, matching. I know that whatever t-shirt I'm coming up on is going to match with a black pair of jeans. It simplifies life. So it also, when you wear colored clothing or white clothes, you have to worry about staining. Black, not so much. Just real easy stuff. And then with cooking and cleaning is trial by fire. I have finally got my method down pat. With cooking, there was quite a few years where I spent it accidentally cutting up my hands. It's just really kind of one of those things. It's truly fucking wacky. So I've had a lot of people over the years kind of challenge the notion that I could see and stuff. And it's really odd because I've learned to walk without a cane as well. Like, I've adapted so hard over, the last decade that I just have gotten progressively better and better at it. So with the lack of vision, I'm always kind of challenging myself. First, it was going and doing your hair correctly, going and dressing correctly, formulating the entire house that I'm living in to go and find things correctly. From there, I was like, okay. And then I had moved on from that to going and cooking is its own separate monster. So cooking without vision is really, really weird, especially, so for meat, it's not that bad. Meat, I could just be like, right, I took out a bag of chicken, because I don't really eat a lot of different meats. It's either going to be chicken or beef. And so, chicken's on the top shelf, beef is on the bottom shelf. Grab a bag of chicken, set it out, let it thaw. And, so whenever I cut, it's like, okay, I know that I'm going to be doing this. That's fine. So I went and I had learned to cook. And what it would equate to is me accidentally cutting up my hand. So I typically hold a knife with my right hand. And I would go and hold whatever the hell it was I was chopping on with my left. And the problem is you don't really have a lot of spatial awareness when you go and you lose a good chunk of your vision, so I would accidentally cut the shit out of my fingers. It's not like I was sitting there just going, oh god, look, fingers, and then proceeding to cut those shits off. It would be like, okay, we're cutting chicken, cutting chicken, cutting chicken, cutting chicken. Oh shit, nipped a finger. And so it was, I want to say for like 2 years straight, it was just me building spatial awareness, trying to go and learn how to cook food. And it was really fucked, but it got to where it had needed to be. And so it's been a journey of constant adaptation. I learned to navigate without any sort of vision, especially buildings and stuff. So for any sort of public space, I typically look for like a wall rail, and I'll literally follow that. And then if there's any sort of blur in my vision, I have a tendency, especially if it's mobile, to try to get the fuck out of the way. And so I'm able to avoid most people. Stairs are a little bit of a challenge. I have a tendency to look for rails when it comes to stairs as well. And so with stairs, I have a tendency to trip a fair bit, and a lot of people don't realize that. They're like, well, why don't you just go up the stairs and, you're fine. But with the stairs, they're very unpredictable, I find, because some stairs are rather long, some stairs are rather short. It's really incredibly difficult. And then with me trying to ascend stairs and even descend, I'm always looking at my feet because I'm still trying to gauge things with what vision I have left, even though it doesn't really do a good job. And so I'll be staring at my feet and I'll accidentally either brush up on somebody in the wrong way that I just don't really want to do, or sometimes I'll just flat out bump into them, which is not, it's not great either. So I literally have a tendency to go and struggle with that a fair bit. I have learned, even though I'm incredibly short-sighted, I have still learned Braille. It's been a very large boon to my life, and I'm incredibly grateful that it does exist. So with Braille, it's really nice because, especially when writing elevators, my medical journey kind of takes me all over the place. And so with elevators, most elevators I find are actually somewhat accommodating because either the floor number will be in huge print, which is very nice, or a lot of the time, if you go and you reach out for the button pad, there's a little bit of Braille on the top as well, which is nice. And so with elevators and stuff, they are, equipped to go and do that, so I can know if I'm going to the second, third, or fourth floor. What else? Yeah, there's just been all sorts of adaptation that I've had to do as I kind of go about life with, like, next to no vision and stuff. And I think it's kind of funny how ableist the public can be sometimes. Like, they automatically assume that, oh, every blind person is walking around like Stevie Wonder with their head kind of flailing around wearing a pair of sunglasses. And what a lot of people don't realize is that it is actually a very, very, very super small percentage of us that have, like, complete blackout when it comes to vision loss. It's not common. The rest of blind folks are on a spectrum. They either have black spots in their vision, or they're short-sighted, or they got multi-vision synchronization issues, excess glare, which I also get depending on how exhausted I am, because my eyes do get tired from all of the multi-vision stuff, and then it gives me like a really kind of a savage-ass fucking migraine on top of it. And so society has a tendency to be incredibly ableist, I think, because if you're navigating too well, they automatically assume that you can see. There's been times where I've been to, like, the ER and stuff, and I've had people pull my relatives to the side and say, yeah, she went ahead and navigated through this hallway a little too well. Are you sure they can't see? Because they have this notion of, oh, yeah, if you're, legally blind, you must not be able to see anything. It must be completely black. And that's not the case. Even those that go and have completely black vision or completely gray vision, depending on what the case is, sometimes their brain will literally make images for them to try to go and stimulate it. That actually is a phenomena. I can't remember the name of it, but I always thought that was pretty wild. But yeah, it's been been quite the journey, I think. And I think when I first started losing my vision and stuff, there was a little bit of pity that kind of arrived with it as well. Like, there was a fair bit where you're just kind of sitting there saying to yourself, oh man, this sucks, my life is over, yada yada. And I remember when I had lost like the first large chunk of my vision, everybody was like, it's over, you're not going to be able to do anything. And I remember like everybody just trying to go and get me to wallow in self pity, and I really just didn't care for that. Like, I was definitely angry that it happened. I was extremely pissed that it had happened and stuff, but as time went on, I think that there was kind of this acceptance of it, right? You were kind of sitting there and saying to yourself, okay, this is my life now. So I kind of sat down and I said to myself, okay, what do I want to do? More or less, do I want to sit there and do I want to wallow in self pity, or do I want to sit there and try to adapt to it? And so I just adapted and adapted and adapted and adapted. And with most able bodied people, they would sit there and say, well, you're doing this a little too well. And I find that, living in society and stuff, they want you to feel bad for being disabled. A lot of them really just want you to hate yourself for being disabled, from what I've seen, They're like, well, you're disabled, you shouldn't be able to do that. It's called adaptation, goober. And everybody's got to do it at some point. That's literally just how that is. And so I would get pretty frustrated, I think, with it, because people would kind of routinely show me their ass on a regular basis, and I was never really much of a fan of it. It's just really kind of one of those things, and I eventually became a little bit more accepting of it because I realized that, yes, people are truly that ignorant and stuff, and so I'm not as angry as I used to be about it, but it still bothers me from time to time, I kind of gloat a little bit, as awful as it sounds. I kind of gloat a bit because, I'm living proof that you can literally sit there, have a disability, work really, really hard to go and try to overcome and adapt to it as much as you can, to the point where people actually think that there's nothing wrong. It is literally the real life equivalent of being so damn good at a video game that they assume that you're a bot. And strangely enough, I'm totally here for it. I do enjoy that a fair bit, like people get very, very upset when you're disabled and you actually start to succeed in adaptation and things like that. Like, they get really upset. And I always just felt that it was very, very, very silly. Extremely silly. And I've always been kind of proud of that a fair bit. So, yeah. It's interesting being disabled here in America. The populace is just so fucking obnoxious about most of this stuff. Alright, next question. Shit, at the rate I'm going, I may only have to split this shit into a two-parter. Oh, politics, and we've already been over that. Let's see. Do you have any hobbies? Well, yeah, fuck it, we can answer that. Yeah, I got a lot of hobbies. When I was younger, I used to game very, very heavily. And as I have gotten older, I went from going and playing a ton of games to going and doing video rendering and filming games and offering commentary and working on learning how to make games and just all sorts of stuff. I kind of went from going and enjoying other people's creative processes and the fruits of their labor to having my own creative processes and people enjoying the fruits of my labor, as subpar as it can be sometimes. So yeah, I learned video rendering. I learned how to do old school gaming while blind. I still repair things on the side, although as my vision continues to erode, I find that has been pared back greatly because even with a microscope, I find that some forms of soldering I just can't do anymore, and I'm okay with that. I still take photos, just not as often. I would like to return to photo making pretty soon. I'm in the middle of learning how to edit photos using Affinity Photo 2. You know, like I have a lot of hobbies and stuff that I do. I run mental health support. Like I do all kinds of interesting shit in the background that I just enjoy doing for the sake of doing it, mainly. Um, yeah, yeah, plenty of hobbies. Not hurting by any means. Okay. Let's see. Next question. I've answered that one already. Well, I know for a fucking fact that I've answered that one. Alright. That is not even in English, I think. What the fuck is that? Hey, Han, do you know what language this is? No, you copy pasted them, and I'm pretty sure that this is French. Is it? Oh. Well, shit. Yeah, I can't fucking read that. I don't know, did you just want to skip it? I don't think Google Translate's going to be able to help me here. Like at all. I just don't see it yet. Okay. Yeah, we'll skip over that one. Next one. Um. Oh, okay. I don't think I've ever answered this one. What made you want to start YouTube? Well, shit, they didn't really specify if they wanted, like, a short answer or a long answer. Fuck it, we'll do the long answer. It kind of crept up on me, in all honesty. It really just kind of crept up on me. There was no intent. It wasn't like I woke up one day and I said, I'm gonna go and do YouTube as a hobby, this is great. What wound up happening is I used to take a ton, and I mean a literal ton, of clips when I was on my Xbox One. And I loved that crap. It was mainly just bugs, glitches, and just straight up funny stuff, and the occasional spot of good gameplay, although the good gameplay didn't really pop up too often. So there was like a notice that Microsoft had sent out. So when Microsoft first started doing clips on Xbox Live, you were relegated to 20 gigs of storage. Not gonna lie, that was pretty fucking amazing. I was actually really, really shocked by that, and I said, 20 gigs, wow, that's a ton of clips. And so throughout the Xbox One's life, it went from 20 gigs to 15 gigs to 10 gigs, and then finally down to 5 gigs. And what I would typically do, because I was not thinking about YouTube at the time, is I would just go and delete clips. And then from there, I went from going and capturing in 1080p to 720p to try to save space. And as time went on, it had just gotten worse and worse. And I just said to myself, I don't want to lose these clips because I'm running out of space. And so what the wake-up call was I had a day one edition Xbox One. It had died. I had replaced it with the Xbox One X, which is in the process of dying. And I had noticed that all the clips that I had stored locally were gone. Once that hard drive gave out, it gave out. So I was fully aware that the hard drive was going to give because it starts throwing errors, and so all of my clips were stuffed on Xbox Live. I said, oh, fuck me. This is really bad. So at the time, and I still have it, but I don't use it much, I had a OneDrive, and it was a free edition before they started gutting all the space on those damn things. And they were like, yeah, we're going to start getting rid of all the extra memory that OneDrive has. You have until, I think it was like March of 2019, to actually go and do something with it, because if you don't, we're just going to start clearing it out, and your clips are going to be lost. You're never going to have an option to back them up. All the fun stuff. So I said, fuck it, okay. I looked at my clips and I had hundreds of them. And I just kind of looked at it and said, fuck me, I have nothing to back this up to. And my friend Wayne at the time sat down and he said, hey, hon, we can go and we can carry these clips over to YouTube. You have a YouTube account, right? And at this time, I had two of them. I had, like, my first YouTube account, which no longer exists, unfortunately, because YouTube had implemented a policy where if you don't log in past a certain point, they just delete it. And then I have my current YouTube account, which I use for posting these videos and then personal watching and all the fun stuff. Well, I went to log into the old account. It was gone. I said, oh, fuck. Didn't realize that it was deleted. I thought it was just a bad password. No, it was flat out deleted. So I said, okay. And I went through and I was looking at my current account. The current account that I have had for a while now, and I got it when I had to make a Google account to go with my LG G2 phone. It was like my first smartphone, quite literally. And so they're like, you have to have a Google account for your services. Well, when you make that Google account, it also goes and gives you like a YouTube account, everything else, just the entire fucking Google ecosystem. And so I said, okay. And so on this account, I would just do private watching. And I would just say to myself, oh, okay, this is kind of cool. Yeah, whatever. And so as time had gone on, I had used the hell out of this account. Just straight up just used the fuck out of it. So my friend Wayne had pointed out that I can download my clips, send them all to OneDrive, download them all to my computer, and then we can port them over to YouTube. And I said, oh man, I'm not much of a YouTuber. Can we just use it as an archive? And he said, of course. So I said, oh, ditto. So over the course of a fucking weekend, we had downloaded a couple hundred clips, made a whole mess of just fucked up playlists because we were in a rush, mainly. And we had ported all the clips over with unique descriptions and names and everything else, and then they were very roughly organized by what game. Wasn't even organized by console yet, it was just the game at the time. And so it was really just kind of wild, I think. And I had started posting clips. No views, no likes, no nothing. Just posting the clips. And I I was kind of laughing because we had ported a couple hundred clips. And I said, oh man, Google's going to fucking shit their pants at all of the clips that I'm throwing up out of nowhere, because I had already had this account a couple of years, and so for me to just start shoving a ton of clips on it nonstop was fucking insane. So I had just gotten out of a really, really bad relationship, and well, it was the first really bad major relationship that I had. And so I just kind of sat there and we were going and just naming them and just giving them descriptions and trimming them up and just getting them to where they need to be, and then making playlists. And like that weekend, we had just bombed it so hard. We were just banging everything out. So, yeah, it was really rough. It was extremely rough. And we were just like, okay, we're done. And then after we had verified that everything was on YouTube, we had gone through and completely gutted all of my clips from Xbox Live, gutted them all from OneDrive, just did a complete and utter sanitization of everything. And at that point, I didn't have to worry about storage space. It was kind of weird looking into my library and realizing that there wasn't anything in there. But it was also a really nice way to go and preserve my memories. So I was just kind of like, okay, this is cool. If I want to go back and look at old goofy stuff, we just have it right here. There's not a problem. And so as time went on, they had cut down the total storage to 5 gigs. And so I had made it a regular routine to just go and clean things out at this point. I had made it a completely and utterly full-blown regular routine to go and try to clean everything out and get it ported over. And so at the time, I still had a Twitter account. So I said to myself, I'm just going to house all my memories on YouTube. This is going to be great. And so I was doing it on PlayStation, Xbox One, and at the time I had just gotten a Nintendo Switch. I was a little bit late to the party. And so I had, for the Nintendo Switch, I had to use Twitter to actually go and port it because at the time they didn't have the app as robust as it is now. Sending things over to your smartphone was a fucking wreck. So I would send it to Twitter, download it from Twitter to my phone, and then send that shit over to YouTube. And then it was the same process for the PS4 and the PS5 before they cut support for Twitter. And then after that, the Xbox, it was just send it over to OneDrive, and I already had the OneDrive app on my phone, and I would just download it to there and then send it over to YouTube. So this was kind of the de facto standard for for a long while, actually. And I was like, oh, I'm posting clips, and this is fun. And I remember Wayne kind of turning around, and he was like, hey, Raime, guess what? And I was like, what? And he's like, you got your first like. And I was like, oh, what the fuck? And we were just kind of going and having a good time with it. I did not even have an interest in doing long plays at all for like years. And then somebody was like, instead of posting a bunch of 30-second to 1 minute long clips, why don't you go and just start making montages? My response was ever so eloquently, because I don't fucking know how. Like, I didn't even sugarcoat it. I was just like, I don't fucking know. And so, at the time, I was like, I don't even know what I need to get started. And so I had, I had no computer at the time, and so somebody was literally going and selling a Mac Mini on eBay with 16 gigs of RAM, no SSD. It had like a Fusion drive. It was just slow as fuck with a screaming i7 inside of it. And they were like, well, you can download iMovie and learn on that for free. So I said, okay, let's go ahead and do this. Let's go ahead and try this. I want to see how bad this gets. I was expecting hell. Instead, I got a pleasant surprise. And so, yeah, I sat down and oh man, I had to, so the machine did come in. I said, oh fuck me. The Fusion drive was completely trashed. And so I had to go get an SSD, load it up with Catalina, get the SSD installed, and from there, tear the heatsink off the motherboard, replace the paste, because everybody was like, this is a 3rd gen i7, it's going to run hot. And so I said, okay, and I went ahead and I replaced the paste, got an account set up, made an Apple account, logged in, went, grabbed iMovie, and then defaulted back to YouTube on my phone to learn how to use it. And I had started making montages, and it was wild. It was literally wild. And so I was like, oh man, they're so bad, but they're so good, And so the first video that I had ever done a full-blown montage of was a, oh wow, holy shit. Where the hell did you get that from? Oh geez, no, put it back outside. We're not keeping that. No, we already got enough animals. Put it back outside. Damn it, woman, you're making life difficult. Just stick it back outside, please. The family probably misses it. But no, the first... Just put him outside, please. The first montage video that I had ever made was Sketchy Plays the First 9 Years. And it was basically all of my fucking clips. It was like this, there's 2 videos. One of them was a photo comp. The other one was literally Sketchy Plays. And Sketchy Plays was just a mammoth fucking video. It's like an hour and a half long. Just this huge ass fucking video of me just stringing clips together and using iMovie templates. And then the second thing that I had learned how to make was a channel trailer. Sketchy Plays is rough as hell compared to the channel trailer. Like, the channel trailer is a little bit cleaner looking, but Sketchy Plays does not have any of the nice bullshit. It had a very basic title card, followed by some really just kind of lazily thrown in there music, and that was pretty much it. That was literally it. And so long plays came along at a little bit of a later date. I was going, and at the time I was using this Mac Mini for emulation. And emulation on the Mac is just like the fucking Wild West. There's like so few options, and then all of them are just fucking weird on top of it, you know? And so I said to myself, okay, can I go and film on this fucking thing? Like, this Mac Mini's just looking at me bug-eyed. It's like, oh my god, you bitch, you wouldn't. I would, and I did. But no, it was really weird because I know with Windows you just go and you record. Not a problem. On the Mac it's a whole different thing because, lest we forget, Mac OS is just basically fucking Unix. And so I went ahead and I was like, okay, well, I learned that I could use QuickTime to record the screen, and I would have to use a custom plugin called Soundflower to actually capture the audio because Apple doesn't like it when you try to record your own audio off of your own screen. They view it as a privacy breach, even though I'm the one that's opting to do the damn shit. So I went ahead and I had those plugins installed, and I was using OpenEmu to go and try to do PlayStation 1 games. Like, the cutoff point for the Mac Mini was literally PS1 games, because it just had that much, like, just enough horsepower to run PS1 at full speed with some eye candy. So I said, okay, and that's where A Blind Gamer Long Plays came from. I sat down and I was like, oh, okay, this is cool. And then I had become, after I went and did that entire series, I started doing my first commentary videos and photo compilations with music, where I would just kind of sharpen my method all the time because a lot of my stuff was really rough. And I was just kind of going and learning all the time, and it was actually really, really nice. And this is back when I was still taking photos on, like, my Pixel 2 XL. And so I was like, oh, these are really pretty photos. Let's go ahead and have like a best of greatest hits package. And so that's where the photocomps came from. And so the longer I had gone and done this, the more I had learned and the better the method became. And I was adding like little, cards and, soundtracks. And I was just kind of going and going and going. So I had later upgraded to the road to long plays was actually really wild, because at first I was like, I'm doing clips followed by short 10-minute montages, and then that escalated into hour-long games, sometimes two, and then that had escalated to me branching off into Android emulation being done on like a portable Android device, the AYN Odin, which had led me to go and do retro games, and then learning how to set up recording on Android, because everything prior to 10 you just have to have an external app for. And so I said, okay. And so I just kind of, as time went on, I just evolved with it, and I kept evolving with it and stuff. So I was like, oh, okay, this is what we're doing. And I just kind of kept pushing. And so I learned how to do rendering on the Mac, and then I turned around and I learned how to do rendering on Android on top of it. So I could literally go on my way to doctor's appointments, squeeze out an arcade game, and then while I was in the appointment, set up the handheld to render in the background. And so this is how I did a lot of the arcade summer special for SNK games. And so I eventually said to myself, oh man, these videos are getting kind of long. Is it time to actually go and take it seriously and start trying to do full-blown games, more or less? Like, just really long games. And I said to myself, fucking hell, do I actually have the manpower and the time for that? Because it's very intensive. I still do this shit solo, and I said to myself, I'm going to need equipment. And so the Mac Mini was retired, even though it's damn good. And I went with the Mac Pro, the 2013 Mac Pro at that, because it has like dual AMD cards, and it was a little bit more expensive than the Mini. But I had damn near, I want to say, like triple the fucking horsepower. Like I went from having integrated Intel graphics with like it was like 1.5 gigs and 16 gigs of RAM in an i7, a quad core i7, to having a 12 core beast with like fucking 120 gigs of RAM and dual graphics cards capping out at 12 gigs of VRAM and everything else, and just everything was fucking insane. Well, the trade-off with this is that there was no quick sync on the processor because that thing uses a Intel Xeon E5, and so the quick sync feature is only on the I line of processors, like your i3s, your i5s, your i7s. The Xeon is a server processor, so it has screaming horsepower, it just doesn't have quick sync. So I said, oh shit, how the hell do we do this? I was like, I'm going to have to invest in an external capture card and possibly a laptop to go and go with it. So the laptop that I had, the laptop that I had scooped up was literally, it's just the 2015 Retina 15 MacBook Pro. That's all. No bells, no whistles. And I had picked up the Elgato HD S Plus capture card to go with it. So with the MacBook, it's like, oh, okay, we can go ahead and use QuickSync on this to actually go and record. But I didn't expect the capture card to be that hungry, so I was learning how to go and do rendering and capturing via the Elgato app, which is fucking awful, by the way. I don't really recommend it to much of anybody. And then with OBS, the hardware was a bit old for it because OBS is very, very hungry as well. And so I was using the app for it, and some of my captures would come out corrupted. And then I was also learning that some games just don't even fucking capture well at all, like Resident Evil 4 and a lot of the games on Xbox One. Quite a few games in Unity don't really go and capture well either. So I was like, oh, okay. So I just kind of sat there and I just kind of kept going, and I just, as time has gone on, I've kind of expanded it out, and so we arrived at long plays, strangely enough, through natural evolution. Started off with, I know this year it was a bunch of 1 to 1.5 hour long segments, and then I would go and segment it out and combine it together as like a 5 hour long video, sometimes 6. And then with next year, it's just like these 6 or 7 hour long monster videos. And so as time has gone on, it's just been evolving and then going and adapting some more, followed by more evolving, more adaptation. And so I've actually had a lot of fun doing it. Coming up on long plays is actually very, very nice. But I'm realizing very, very quickly that half the year is going to be complete game footage, and then the other half is going to be commentary vids, because going and doing 6, 7 hour long videos is so fucking time intensive that you have to sit there and say, oh fuck, alright, here we go. So yeah, we arrived just naturally, and it was, long plays were never a planned thing. It was never a clear-cut question of, are we doing long plays, or even, are we prepared to do long plays? It was just this natural thing that had just kind of crept up on us, and I think it's actually really, really great. It wasn't anything I was willing to go and piss and moan about. I mean, I've had the opportunity to go and record arcade games, PlayStation 1 games, Xbox One games. I mean, I've been getting ready to go and work on a whole smorgasbord of games that I'm just really, really excited to go and work on, and although that list is going to be a little bit shorter, but I'm very, very content with it, I think. Very, very content. So yeah, this is more or less how we had arrived to it, I think. And I'm pretty grateful for it, I think. Like, yeah, definitely. So another question that I've been asked for a while now, and I've been really hesitant to answer it, is everybody's been asking why you take why you taking time off for your health, and it's kind of a weird question to ask. I think it's a little bit invasive. Um, well, I find that as I get older, my body kind of falls apart. We had been chasing it for a while. I went undiagnosed for a really long time, and some facets are still undiagnosed. So I've been having health issues, technically speaking, since I was younger. It's nothing new. For all intents and purposes, I was a normal kid, like a healthy kid for the most part. A little bit on the heavier side and stuff, but outside of that, nothing really remarkable. So it was probably my teenage years where I had started getting back pain. And I thought it was really, really strange. I had said to myself, okay, we are going to just try to lose weight. So during that time, I would go and I would train in boxing and stuff, and I would weight lift and everything else, and I would, for all intents and purposes, take care of myself. And then eventually, once I had left high school and stuff, I found that my back pain was getting worse. My spine was actually getting pretty stiff and stuff. And I was just kind of sitting there saying, okay, this is, where we're at. I guess I just got to lose more weight. So I had invested in a bicycle at the time, and it was like an old mongoose black comb and stuff. And had some new tires put on it and, got it used. And I would spend my time back when I could still see cycling around and trying to get into shape. I had an incident where I was riding over to a friend's house and I had gotten off the bike and I had felt like a sudden migraine come on, and then my blood pressure had dropped and I had collapsed to the ground and I had lost my vision. My vision went solid white. It was a temporary thing. It probably lasted about a half hour, and I was really freaked out about it. My now ex friend went and he had called my dad at the time, and my dad had come and gotten me, and he had taken me over to where the old hospital used to be. They went ahead, they checked me in, and I, explained what was going on. I said, "Yeah, I'm really freaked out. I was riding my bike, and my entire visual field went white for about 25, 30 minutes. For some reason, they wound up checking my heart instead. They were like, "Hey, you know, your heart's fine. You haven't had a heart attack. It's just a migraine. Don't worry about it." So I said, "Oh, okay. All right, whatever." And I went home. And so every time I would try to work out, I would lose my vision. And my back would be really stiff, and I noticed that a lot of my spine had started to burn at the same time, and I would get a lot of intestinal pain on top of it. So I was in the care of a Mr. Mark Carnett, who was kind of my town's local quack. Very staunch Mormon, thought that God could fix most medical issues and stuff. It was just really insane. He hasn't been seen in years, but for the longest time, my vision had started to experience a lot of anomalies. I was getting vertical ghosting, and for a while we were like, oh, I just need glasses. I went, got glasses. It didn't really do anything for me. So I would go and I would report this. I spent a lot of time going in and out of ophthalmologists and, various other specialists, and they just couldn't really figure out what was going on. So finally, I had gotten to a point where I was like, hey, listen, I don't know what's going on, but I'm just not going to worry about it for a while. So I just kind of accepted that my vision had slightly degraded a fair bit. And I just kind of moved on with life. So I'd resumed weightlifting. I figured, I said to myself, maybe it just is a migraine and I just won't ride bikes, especially in the heat. So weightlifting became the norm for me, and so I would go and I would just kind of huff weights every day. It was extremely well tolerated, and that was my daily routine. I would just get up, I would go, just do presses and flies and everything else, and I was feeling okay. And I said, okay, we're just going to go ahead and we are going to keep. We're going to basically just keep getting in shape. And so around this time, I had experienced a bunch of anomalies. Everything that you could think of, in all honesty, I would have like numbness in my extremities. I thought it was anxiety. Um, I would go and sometimes I'd wake up in the middle of the night and my right lung would be on a literal fire for whatever reason. And I just never knew what it was, you know? And so I would report back, and eventually they would say, okay, you're having issues, but we don't know what it is. And at the time, I said, are we going to do anything to investigate this? And he had stated, well, it's in God's hands. I can't really do anything about it. I don't know what it is. And it was just such a bad maneuver at the time, I think, that I just kind of sat there and said to myself, this is pretty bad. This ain't really working out. I was in my yard, and at the time I was going and watering my orchard and stuff, and I had collapsed in the yard. I had been dealing with things for a hot minute now. My vision was getting worse. And so my family had opted to take me over to Bisbee Hospital. I had explained everything to the ER, and they ran a whole mess of blood work on me. And what they found out is that my acid levels were very high, my C react proteins were very, very high, and that I was experiencing a fair bit of abdominal swelling. And so at the time, the attending physician that they had on staff is actually the doctor that I have now, Dr. Heidi Lodge. And so she had asked me what was going on, and I had explained everything that I had experienced with Dr. Carnett, and she said, you know what, you're going to go ahead and be my patient now, more or less. And so I was like, okay. She was in charge of my treatment. She still is. I still see her on a pretty routine basis and stuff for care. So for the following 10 years after that, because I've been with this woman for so damn long, we have been trying to chase the inflammatory issues. I've seen a lot of specialists and stuff. The only thing that we really found out is when we did an MRI, we found that my entire spine is arthritic. And then the type of protein that my body is dumping is typically what you see with muscle wasting, more or less. So my body had a ton of muscle wasting, even though I shouldn't be, with like as much as I work out and stuff. And then it had onset of acidosis. And there was like a lot of other things that were kind of strange about it as well. I had a inflamed pancreas, inflamed liver, and then I also have swollen kidneys on top of it. So as time has gone on, we've been to various rheumatologists, and most of them in my state are actually quite bad. They don't even want to do proper testing with things. So we were going, and with all the rheumatologists, the problem that I was experiencing is that I would go get with a clinic, and my providers would swap out from the clinic quite often. So I would have to go, start again, and it was like this ever revolving door. And so I would go and try to play catch up, more or less, because the medical in this country is truly that fucking bad. And it just wasn't really going anywhere. Like, we knew the C-react proteins were prone to spiking. My immune system would just flare out of nowhere. I wouldn't have any sort of illness or anything like that. It would just feel like I had the flu, even though I didn't have any sort of infection. And so my immune system would flare, then lull, then flare, then lull, and it was this back and forth thing for a very long time, and it still is going on. And so my doctor pointed out that my body acid is very high and that I had a bunch of muscle wasting, and so we knew that it is a autoimmune condition. We just didn't really know which one, and to this day we're still trying to figure it out, which we're going to be getting to later. So we would go and I would try a couple of drugs. All the rheumatologists that I would go to would literally do the absolute bare minimum and then normally would transfer out because the clinic that I had access to, because with me having extremely low vision, um, I don't drive at all. And so I wouldn't be able to, at the time, go to Tucson or Phoenix. I would have to stay local. So we investigated it a lot over the years. The only thing, like breaking it down by body part, we noticed that my eyes are constantly inflamed. The vasculars in my eyes are constantly inflamed, and they would also develop holes on top of it. Eventually, the my optic nerve would become extremely pale, and I would, continue to have vision issues, and my vision would degrade very, very heavily. We went ahead, looked at my spine, and it's heavily arthritic. It's way worse on the right side for some reason. Like the right side is just totally trashed, and then the left side has more of the muscle wasting going on with it, which I've since then been able to rebuild back up with routine training and everything else. But we never really got answers, which I again am in the process of trying to do for the inflammation patches in my stomach, as well as the inflammation in my throat and around my thyroid. And then there's also a fair bit of polyps in my, well, fair bit of polyps as well as inflammation in my large intestine. And then there's also inflammation around the aortic arch for my heart. So all of these things have been swelling up for a while now, and as I get older, it actually gets worse. So part of my medical journey was, well, it's still an ongoing thing is to have patience because it takes time to collect enough clues to make a proper diagnosis. But throughout my entire time going and trying to get a proper diagnosis, I would always run into providers that were either hacks, or I would run into providers that would want to do a fresh batch of new tests, even though I would carry my medical records with me, or other providers I would visit, they would say, hey, they would just say, hey, we don't really do complex cases, just go fuck off and find somebody else. And so the medical care in my state has historically always been pretty bad. We kind of rank in the middle of the nation for a reason. We have amazing heart surgeons, it's just everything else we're lacking in. So, inflammation kind of plagues my entire body, and it's led to a fair bit of joint erosion, especially around my jaw joints and everything else, which is one of the reasons why I have a speech impediment. It also has a tendency to go and plague my hands a fair bit. Like I'm not even really old enough to have joint degradation in my hands, but a lot of my joints are actually quite crooked, and I have to be careful with them and stuff. So as time has gone on, I started experiencing kidney issues, which is kind of weird because I train routinely, and extremely mild case of like diabetes and stuff from me eating a shit ton of junk food when I was younger. Like my family would always go out and eat fast food. So when I got older, I was like, yeah, we're kind of done eating fast food, but the damage was more or less already done. Like 19 straight years of just hogging it out on fast food because nobody wanted to cook just really wasn't great, I think. And so the current issue that we are chasing is the reason why I had stopped going and doing everything is I was getting up, standing, and passing out. And we didn't really know why. Like if I went hiking and I was in the heat, I would pass out. If I went and I worked out super hard, even with proper hydration and nutrition, I would still pass out. And so it was an ongoing problem for a very, very long time, and it just wasn't really getting better. So it was kind of like a question of what came first, the chicken or the egg, because a lot of my passing out is literally the same experience as when I was like losing my vision while riding the bike. Everything would turn white, boom, pass out. So I was diagnosed with type 2 diabetes in, oh God, I want to say 2018. So it's a relatively recent thing. And so it was really, really weird because when we did scans, we were like, okay, these kidneys are already huge. Like, I've had huge kidneys and inflammation and potassium issues long before I ever had diabetes. So we're trying to figure out, is it an autoimmune issue that is causing, all this acidosis, which is, what it's looking like, or is it diabetes, or are both conditions going and contributing to each other, because your immune system can attack your kidneys as well as your renal tubes, and that can lead to acidosis as well because your tubes will just reabsorb. So it became a really huge issue, and so this year the reason why I took it off for my health is because I finally saw a nephrologist, and he firmly believes that it's diabetes. I have what's called type 1 distal renal tube acidosis, which is just a really nice way of saying, hey, your tubes are not working correctly, so you're having a very, very hard time going and absorbing potassium. Normally, when it's severe diabetes, you don't have a hard time absorbing potassium, you have a very hard time getting rid of it, so it builds up in your system. So it's a toss up between seeing a new rheumatologist, followed by trying to get my nephrologist to work with the autoimmune side of things because he is truly stuck on stupid with it just being diabetes, but all of these symptoms popped up some 20 years before, I had even started showing the onset of any sort of form of diabetes. So it's been kind of this revolving thing. I'm finally starting to get stable, which is great, thumbs up. And it's been because they had placed me on sodium bicarbonate. Well, with proper hydration and sodium bicarbonate, my eyes don't twitch as bad. And then on top of it, most of the migraine disappears and a lot of my swelling goes down. Well, when that happens, that's generally an autoimmune problem. So, but he just likes to argue about it, I guess. I find most of the providers that come down from the big cities have a tendency to be assholes, So, for now, we just have the sodium bicarbonate going, and that script is on its way. And then the goal is to still maintain weight loss and then see a rheumatologist. But it had finally, the acidosis, like what had actually checked me was about 2 years ago. I was working out really hard and I was just trying to lose the weight and stuff. Got back into weightlifting and I said, yeah, if I'm going to get better, I got to get the arthritis under control. So I was going hiking for 8 miles every day and doing breathing exercises and stuff because my lungs have sufficient scarring as well, and gas issues that plague them, which can very easily be from autoimmune disease as well. So I was going and I was working out, and I noticed I get flares in the middle of the night, mainly. And I wake up, I have like night sweats, my whole spine feels like it's on fire. Well, I was resting up, and I'd woken up in the middle of the night, and my whole body was just drenched in sweat. And I said, "Oh, geez." I was trying to figure out if it was a PTSD episode or if it was just me going and having a flare. So I had sat up in bed. I went to stand up and I noticed that out of nowhere my heart rate had just shot up. So I said, "Oh shit, I'm having a panic attack." So I tried to calm down. My vision had blacked out. My pulse had dropped suddenly out of nowhere, and then my ears had started to ring, and my jaw joints, my eyes, and my ears were just killing me. Like, it felt like I had ice picks just stabbing the hell out of them. And so I was taken to the ER, and they said, well, your potassium is very low, and you also have a very high amount of acid inside you. And so I was a little bit shocked by it because I normally, like, I have acid issues, but I didn't really ever see it climb that high. And normally my potassium is really, really good because I get a lot of it through the food I eat and things like that. Well, it was the trip to the rheumatologist, and then they didn't know what was going on at all. They had me on a drug for plaque psoriasis, I believe, and it was really, really insane. It wasn't really doing anything, and my joints were still swollen and stuff. My rheumatologist had actually left at that point. He went to go live in Florida, which, oh man, I do not envy him. I mean, if you want to move to the trash can, that's fine, but ooh. And so from there, my rheumatological care had collapsed. So every time I would go and lay down, my ears would ring, my head would spin. They thought it was vertigo. And after a while, I noticed that my ears would gain fluid very, very easily, and they would kind of swell. So I would go and I would see an ENT about it. He ran one test and he was like, I don't know what it is. It's probably autoimmune. And then, like, a month later, he was busted for fraud. So it literally has been a clear cut case of the medical in this country is really, really bad. And I've been chasing it for a very long time. But as far as I'm aware, it affects my sinuses, my eyes, my ears, just pretty much everything. It's literally just kind of living in everything. And so it's taken me a very long time to try to recover from it. My eyes still jerk on their own, and I still have extremely short vision. And it just is something that I've been contending with for a while. But with sodium bicarbonate, a little bit of ibuprofen to try to get rid of some of the inflammation, I'm able to go and start getting in shape again. And so the routine that I have right now is I go and I do cardio pretty much every day. On Fridays, I do weightlifting. I do the Menser method. I just overload my body with a shit ton of weight, force it to adapt, and it works. So that's kind of where I'm at. So I've just been kind of sitting back, taking care of my health, trying to get this shit squared away because it's been like a whole mess of specialists and everything else. We know that it's just kind of nesting in every corner of my body for some reason, and we're just trying to get it figured out. So I'm going to be, I already have a new rhumo lined up, and, we're going to be going and chasing it, more or less. And so I had made the choice to take the entire year off because I had more surgeries I needed because my joints are fucked. And I was like, okay, I want time off to go and just do what I need to do because it makes no sense for me to try to make videos while I'm in a truck ton of pain with joint inflammation, muscle inflammation, and then nerve pain on top of it from all the swelling. And so that's what this year has been so far. I mean, I'm kind of recording this currently at the ass end of July, and I still got the rest of the year to go, but yeah, I decided past a certain point that I was going to start taking care of my health. The problem that I have is I'm very impatient. Like with some diagnoses, especially here in America, it takes a very long time to get one compared to other countries. Other countries will bang it out relatively easily, but the problem with America is that it is very much so for profit. And so the journey itself has given me a large amount of mental stress, and it leads to me being in and out of wards sometimes because the stress is overwhelming. A lot of the impatience I have just kind of builds on me after a while, and I just say to myself, okay, this is not okay. We can't be doing this. We can't be doing this at all. So we had to keep me stable, we had to make a bunch of modifications. And this is going to lead into a question about photos later, but first thing was first, whenever I'm out in 110-degree weather, my body just spits out a shit ton of acid. And so the first change that was made was we went from doing heavy hikes outside in the heat to going and doing controlled cardio for like 30 to 40 minutes a day indoors. And it keeps me stable for the most part. And then from there, weightlifting largely stayed the same, still doing HIT. And that was pretty much it. So, that's how we're kind of keeping me stable. And I've been slowly but surely recovering from it. I finally got the ringing out of my left ear. My right ear, though, still gets a lot of swelling. But again, it has a tendency to attack my right side way more than my left. So it became a point of, while we wait for specialists to actually figure things out, let's just go ahead and take care of ourselves. So, and that's kind of how that is. So the next question we got on the docket here is, why don't we really see a lot of photo compilations anymore? You used to post photos all the time. How come you don't post those anymore? And it's going to lead into another question about social media that we have coming later on down the track. But the way that I took photos had largely changed. So when I had that acid attack that damn near put me out of commission, I wasn't sure if it was like a heart attack, a stroke, whatever. Like I knew the acid was high, but I wasn't sure what I could do and what I couldn't do. And so we literally went for a while with me just not being sure of what I could do. I didn't know that I needed sodium bicarbonate to actually lower the acid. I didn't know that my kidneys at the time were just not doing it. I just knew that it was like a ton of inflammation, and I largely think that the acidosis and the inflammation have a tendency to go hand in hand because autoimmune conditions can cause that. So I wanted to take time for myself, but I noticed every time I would go and hike hard or like work out really, really hard, I would have an attack. I would have an attack, it would feel like somebody was shoving a hot nail in my brain, and I would pass out. So for a while, I just stopped taking photos. I stopped going outside, I stopped hiking, I just kind of stopped doing everything because I just simply was not sure what the hell I could do. And in all honesty, I was afraid of making it worse. I didn't stop taking photos. Like, I still take the occasional cheeky food photo. But as far as going outside and just trying to raw dog everything like I would typically do, or taking photos of the clouds, of the mountains, like all that stuff, or going back down to the San Pedro or out to the lower Mojave and, taking photos out there, I had largely stopped. And so it was actually quite wild. I think, it had, like, that attack had definitely controlled my life for a bit. It has given me a fair bit of anxiety as well, because when you don't really know what something is and it scares the hell out of you like that, you're kind of like afraid to do anything because you're not really sure what you can do and what you can't do. And that is probably the biggest problem. You reach a point where you're like, I'm not even sure what the fuck I can do at this point. So I do miss taking photos. There was a point in time where when I was taking photos, anybody that remembers my social medias before I got rid of those damn things knows that I would bomb the hell out of them with all of my photo batches. I did it in various Discord servers. I just really loved sharing my photos with people because I wanted to give them something to enjoy. You know what I mean? Like, I didn't really care too much if people loved them or hated them. I just wanted to try to have the opportunity to go and put a shine on their day or say, hey, I really like this photo. And I would eventually set up folders for people to go and download them if they wanted to, because they were all high res and you could turn them into wallpapers and shit. And so a lot of people liked that for a very long time. But yeah, with my health needing maintenance and stuff, and with me trying to just get down to a baseline of care, we literally haven't been able to go and do anything. And then with trying to get housing situated for a while now, which that's going to be a later question that I'm going to have to answer, it just really hasn't been getting any better. Long story short, life just got busy. Like, I would take photos when I had time, essentially, when I could actually go out for 4 or 5 hours and wait for the sun to go down just right and be like, right, I'm going to go ahead and take this photo now. Like, what a lot of people didn't really realize with a lot of the photos that I took is that I would try to go during what I would call the golden hour, where the sky was super nice and dark red, and we would have a cascade of yellows and everything else. Arizona has really beautiful skies. We have skies that you are not going to see back east. Or up north, it is strictly a southwest thing. It's things that you typically see in the desert. So, now that life is really, really busy, and now that I'm trying to chase my medical and my mental health again, because that ended up collapsing, I find that I don't really have a lot of time to go out, especially in the evening time, because I'm always filling out paperwork or preparing for the following day or something to go and do this. So it wasn't so much a fact of, do I like doing it? Or, well, not a fact, but a question of, do I like doing it or not? It was more along the lines of a fact that, well, the fact that I just simply didn't have time. I mean, there's only 24 hours in the day, you know. So I do miss taking photos. I still have all of my camera gear. I still love doing it when I can do it, but the problem is there's not really a lot of time. Most of my photography revolves around food these days, and then in my off time, since, I miss the golden hour now for going and taking photos and sunsets and stuff, I now learn photo manipulation on the side. I'm in the process of that, and I'm pretty happy with it because it gives me something to do, you know. And I'm always about building up a nice fresh skill set, more or less. So the next question we have on the docket here is, what is the real reason why you closed your social medias? I'm not really quite sure what the hell that's alluding to. It wasn't exactly a secret. I was pretty goddamn public about it. Long story short, I just got tired of it. It was nothing personal, but every time I logged into Twitter, it was always interesting seeing neo-Nazi shit on my timeline from people that I didn't even follow. And it got worse after Musk took it over. So I was just like, yeah, Twitter's just not for me. There was like a lot of reasons why I closed Twitter. So Twitter for me was like a slow death. Initially, when I had opened my Twitter, it's because the API for Twitter was still open, as well as the API for Twitch. And every time I went live on Twitch, it would auto broadcast when I was live to Twitter. And so I actually had quite a few people that would go and follow my Twitter account just for the sake of knowing when I went live. Eventually, Twitch introduced its own notification system if you had the app. Previously, they would just go and have you notified via email, but a lot of people would opt out of those to keep their inboxes clean. Makes sense. But no, Twitter became a veritable cesspool after a while, and I didn't really care for it. I found that I was dumping a lot of my rage on Twitter too. Like, if I was just really pissed with the current state of things, I would go and I would just chain tweet that shit and just hard dump it. Like, Twitter literally brought out all the negativity. I mean, I really fucking hated that shit. So, with Twitter, as stated previously, it was a very slow death. Initially, they were like, well, we're going to go ahead and, Twitch at the time had closed their API. And so what that entailed was, they went ahead, they shut it down, they notified everybody, and it broke a lot of shit. I couldn't go and shove out a tweet automatically anymore saying I was live. I would have to manually punch it in, which was incredibly inconvenient and time consuming, because I would like to have nice, messages that would fly up and stuff. And I didn't really like copy pasting shit anymore. And so, with the death of that, I couldn't just do it via the Twitch dashboard anymore. The dashboard at the time was incredibly convenient for me. I could just do everything right there. With having to manually do it, it was bobbing around the website a fair bit and then, trying to punch it in. And, it was just easier to have an open API like that. So they went ahead and they discontinued it on Twitch's end, and I said, oh, fuck, I really just don't have a reason to have Twitter now. And then when I had started, what had saved it was me starting to do things here on YouTube, because the switch was like, well, if you have a social media account, we use the Twitter API to go and We use the Twitter API to go and post clips to it. You can download your clips from Twitter using the video downloader. And I said, okay, yeah, I guess we're going to do that method for a while to go and deliver clips to YouTube. So that was the process. And then Nintendo wound up cutting support. They were like, yeah, they went ahead and they want us to pay a ton of money just for use of the API. And the platform in general really was just already in hell. Everybody was just in denial about it. Like, I think Musk had been trying to turn it into a right-wing hell for a while now. And so it was literally every time I had logged into Twitter, just straight up fucking fascist shit. And I was just like, Jesus Christ, dude. Some real South will rise again kind of crap. And after Nintendo had cut the cord on it, I just didn't really have a reason to want it, need it, just none of it really. I just kind of sat down and I said, there's no reason for this to exist. And so, even though I had the account for a while, I didn't like the direction that the platform went in. It was just a shit ton of misinformation, and ultimately it just was no longer for me, which is fine. Well, the thing with me is when I no longer see a need for something, I shut it down. I don't just leave the account there to go and collect dust, like a little tombstone, if you would. I literally just shut it down, scrub off any sort of evidence of its existence, and, I just kind of move on with life. Maybe I'll find another social media platform, yada yada. And so Twitter was out the door very fast. It just wasn't really doing it anymore. And then there was also a stint in time where I was actually trying to go and use TikTok. And TikTok actually suffers way worse from various issues that Twitter was suffering from. And so when the platform was first launched, I was initially attracted to it because it had a very strong musical presence. I was actually finding new bands that I liked, because I would go and they would go and do like a goofy ass dance, but I would be more interested in the music that was playing in the background. So I found a whole, host of new metal bands and things like that, and I really enjoyed it. I was like, oh man, this is really nice. What had killed TikTok for me was when politics became the dominant thing on there. And I was sitting down, I was posting short form clips as well as photo montages to it using various bands' music that I had found and stuff, and that's what I was doing with it at the time. It wasn't ever going to go past that. I didn't expect to get big or anything like that, but I just kind of wanted like a secondary site for my short form content. YouTube had introduced shorts. Yeah, it just keeps going. YouTube had introduced shorts, and I just kind of sat there, I think, for a while, and I said, do I want to go and just do short form content on YouTube, and have it be a part of shorts? At the time, I knew that I was migrating, and I knew that things were changing for a while, because I knew that I was going to move over to long form content at some point, but I just didn't really know when, So I just kind of sat there and I was like, okay, well, a lot of my short form clips are already on YouTube. I know that I'm trying to have a secondary platform with TikTok, but in all honesty, a lot of this shit just doesn't really make sense. So I looked at the platform for a while, and I noticed I was getting banned all the time. People were complaining about videos that had nothing but photos in them, and it was very, very strange for me. So I just kind of sat there and I said, God, this is really stupid. Moderation is actually quite bad. Like, they don't even adhere to their own guidelines. Why would I really sit here and want to be a part of this? And I noticed after a while with TikTok in general, it had started to become inherently negative. Every time I logged in, it was just politically charged crap and people rage farming. Like, it had literally turned into a bigger cesspool than Tumblr. And so while I was sitting there staring at it, I was just like, this really isn't that great. So I said to myself, okay, we have a small platform here that turned into a big platform. So how do we literally go about, weeding the negativity out of it? Well, you can't really. So I had to sit there and make the choice. Okay, I have this platform here. Do I really want to expose people or even try to direct them over to this platform to watch this content, knowing that this platform has a ton of negative shit on it? Or do I just want to say, fuck it, take the hit, shut it down, and then migrate everything over to YouTube? Just keep everything that I have over there, and just convert it to shorts. And at the end of the day, I said yes. I was looking at the platform. I said, God, it's negative. People are just whining, bitching, moaning. It's really just a short form video version of Twitter, more or less. Holler if you remember Vine. But, no, I had shut it down. And during the shutdown process for both platforms, it was actually quite bad. It was really kind of going and getting to the point where with Twitter, they wouldn't initially let me close the account. I was going to initially leave it as a tombstone because they're like, well, we're not really taking account closures at this time. And so finally, I had reached out to support and I said to myself, this is probably not going to go anywhere, but I'm going to request to have my account Thanos to just snap that shit straight into the void, not even going to miss it. Support had gotten back to me and they were like, yeah, we can do that. And I said, oh, thank fuck. And so they were like, you're going to have about a month to go and log back in if you want to keep the account. And yeah, we can, after a month, we can just go ahead and delete it and you're not even going to have to worry about it. You can even download a copy of your data if you would like before deletion. So I said, okay. I requested to delete it and I'd waited the month. The account is gone. Good shit. With TikTok, it was incredibly hostile about it before the Reformation and stuff. And like I found that TikTok was like collecting up a lot of data that it didn't really need to. As somebody that kind of pays attention to that sort of shit, it really wasn't, I feel, getting any better. I was looking at it and I found that the way they attract users is very strange as well. And I said, yeah, there's really no reason for them to have any of this data, and so a lot of people would go and just get annoyed when I would point that out. And it's like, why do they need all this metric data? And there was never really any sort of satisfactory response. So with TikTok, I had reached out to support and I got nothing. No reply back, no nothing. I said, oh, okay, all right. And so it took me wading through multiple menus to actually find the delete account option. And it was the same process as Twitter, we're going to go ahead and, you're going to have a month to log back in case you want to keep it. But if you're serious about it, just wait the month and it'll be gone. And I said, oh, okay, all right. And so after the month, the account for that was gone as well. And so the only social media presence that I really have, if you can even really call it a social media presence anymore, is Blue Sky. I had stumbled across Blue Sky via invite from an acquaintance of mine named Clover. And he was a cool dude. He's like, I don't want to be alone on Blue Sky. Ask me for an invite. So I did. And I said, listen, man, I want to get the fuck away from Twitter. Can I have an invite, please? And he gave me one. The problem that I have with Blue Sky is, it actually has a lot to do with what I can do on the platform. So on the platform itself, there is no video function, as far as I can tell. And so I would want to post a lot of short form videos to Blue Sky for those that do not have my YouTube. Kind of use it to do a little bit of advertising, be like, hey guys, I have a YouTube, this is where it's at. And I just never, video function never showed up. Panoramic photos don't post correctly on there, so I can't even really do photos. Like when I get back into photos, there was just so much shit that I can't do on Blue Sky. It's a cool platform. It's got a lot of really cool people, and it's relatively drama-free. It weeds people out so fucking fast. But the thing is for its primary functions that I want to use it for, I can't. Can't post videos, can't post certain types of photos. So I've been literally waiting for Blue Sky to mature. And for the most part it has. It's been getting there. It's a relatively new platform. They're still doing stuff with it all the time. They're improving it all the time. It's truly nice. I think it's a very lovely platform to log into every now and then. Granted, I never have anything to say, which is fucking awful and kind of silly, but it is nice. So, next question that we have here is, what is the creative process for you filming videos? Oh man, I don't have one. It's straight chaos. If you really want to know. So, for a while what I was doing is I would go and I would make clips and just upload them that evening. And for the most part it works. When I had started going and doing longer videos, I was like, I'm going to do one a week. And then, like, living in a hotter state, I realized that that shit wasn't happening because I live in a state where the temperature routinely reaches like 111, 112. And so, trying to go work on the videos and then trying to render them in all that heat, mind you, even with good cooling and great paste and everything else, is hell. It is truly hell, and it sucks. So, for a while, I just kind of looked at it and said, fuck me, how the hell do I solve this? Because my state is hot all the time, except for the 3 months that we have winter, and that's it. And then spring is about a month, so it gives me about 4 months of working time to actually go and do things. So there was a certain point where I think this is around the time where I had roasted the Mac Mini. And it was running hot. I had good paste on it, and I had manual fan control to where it was just maxed out all the time, just huffing all that air. And it didn't matter if it was morning, afternoon, or evening, it was just fucking hot. Like, even in the evenings, it was like 96 outside. I'm just sitting there going, oh, jeez. Because it's not only hot out there, it was also hot as hell in here. So it's like, okay, all right, we're going to have to do something because if I don't, I'm not going to be able to do this. So I sat down and I said, okay, how can we solve this? And then I realized that my machines don't struggle nearly as hard from the months of, I want to say, late, well, not even late, like mid-October all the way through the ass end of February, leaning into March a little bit. It starts heating up pretty good in March. So I said, okay, well, instead of doing a video a week and just completely and utterly destroying these goddamn machines that I'm buying, how about we just have 4 really solid months of just getting shit done? And then, I can make content for those 4 months, upload it for the rest of the year. And I liked the idea. It sounded better on paper. It was not better in practice, technically speaking. So the trade-off that I made when I was going and rendering, like the schedule changes that were made, is I went from doing one video a week, having it be like a couple hours long, most of the time a retro game, to going and doing it over the course of 4 months, having it be substantially longer, and then doing way more videos because there is a temperature degree difference of 45, which is pretty damn important to me, especially when you're running machines with hot chipsets and everything else. Like, in the wintertime, these machines run so fucking hot that they act like little space heaters. It's really, really kind of fucked because normally in the wintertime, my house routinely is about 68. With the machines on, they're about, I want to say 75, 76 degrees, the temperature is in here. So when the machines are on, they're just huffing heat. I'm running like a desktop, a laptop, and then of course consoles on top of it. And it kind of piles up. So what had started happening was I was saying to myself, okay, we are going to start filming the year before. We are going to literally start doing, content in advance to try to keep up with things. We are going to start in the middle of November and we're going to roll all the way until the heat starts to catch up. So for this year, I was like, we're going to go ahead and start in January. Well, there's like 50 something weeks in the year. Can I do that many games over the course of 2 or 3 months? If they're small games, like little tiny compact games, like retro games and stuff. And at the time, I was feeling really fucking arrogant, and I was like, yeah, we can do this. Was it a good idea? No, it wasn't. So what had happened at the beginning of the year is I had severely underestimated one hardware limitation, which was the inability of the 2013 Mac Pro to have QuickSync. Because it does not have an i-series processor, it has a monster-ass 12-core Xeon E5. It has a server CPU inside of it. So I said, So that meant that pretty much all the rendering would have to be done on the desktop using raw horsepower, and then the actual capturing would have to be done on the laptop. I would have to go back and forth between two machines to get it done. So I was going and pounding out shorter games in like a day. If it took me an hour to do, then I would sit there and do it. Especially if it was like something super short, like a VHS horror game or something, I could just go and pound it out in a day. And for the most part, that was okay. For longer games, I would typically present them in multi-chunk fashions, and then if the file size was small enough, because I'm still working with some memory limitations, I would sit there and try to combine them into one giant piece for those that just really love super long plays, and I would post that as well, as you guys have already seen with Gungrave and everything else that I've posted this year. And so this was kind of like the idea for a while. I was like, okay, we're going to go ahead and try to do a long-ass game every week. It's a cool idea. It sucks in practice. It really does. And so I just kind of said to myself, we need to pace ourselves, because when you're trying to take care of your health, when you're trying to go and just handle life, that doesn't really leave a lot of time for stuff like that, to like go and just film relentlessly. Especially when you have to go and get care in like other cities that are like 3-4 hours fucking away and shit, So I just kind of sat there and I was like, all right, man, we're going to go ahead and do this. And, it became a clear-cut case of we're going to start working on content preemptively, especially if it's larger videos and stuff that are way longer. And then uploading it, since the bandwidth out here is quite poor, is going to take a while too. I mean, 30, 40 gig files that are just going up. And so it's something that I have been trying to go and deal with, essentially, for a while. So it's really just been kind of an insane thing. Like, I love making videos and stuff, but I find the process to be very, very labor intensive, because there's a lot of things that can go wrong. The capture card was throwing fits for a very long time, and it still is. I have to replace it at some point, but basically I would go do a recording and it would corrupt it right off the bat. I checked, both computers, and everything is fine. What the fuck is that? Oh, that is a big ass fucking spider. Alright, dude, I ain't fucking with you. You have to go outside. Thank God you're not fucking poisonous. Alright, get your ass over here. Well, venomous, whatever. And just take your ass outside with the rest of the goddamn animals, and there we go. But, no, it was just really, really rough, I think. So I started filming a lot of content in advance and stuff, and just trying to get to where I need to be, essentially, because I notice a lot of people that go and they crank out a long-ass video every week. They normally have like a production crew that works with them and everything else. Like, they have multiple people helping them, which is cool. There's no shame with that. But with me being the only person doing this, it's like, can I do this? Because if the capture card would throw a corrupted video, I would have to refilm. Then I would later learn that some games just don't like to be filmed at all. Other games develop frame rate issues when you capture them, and it's just really weird. It has been a very, very kind of elongated learning experience, that I've been having to go and do. And it's just been a hell of a thing from start to finish. And a lot of people just don't really realize how labor intensive it can be. And then, answering comments and emails and just everything else. Emails take time to read because even with the text being large, I still struggle to read it. Like YouTube is, even, if you're just kind of doing it as a hobbyist, which is, I guess, what I would be considered at this point, it still takes time to do. It's still a lot of work, I mean, I enjoy it, but it's still time consuming. So, yeah, the schedule is complete and utter chaos, and I have to work around cold months to keep machinery viable, and it's just everything. It's really truly everything, and I'm just sitting here going, fucking hell, man, really. And then I'm learning new skills all the time. I'm still learning shit about YouTube, like going and putting on watermarks and everything else. And which, we had a question about that this week that was mailed in, and we'll be getting to that here in a bit. But yeah, the process, the schedule in general is just kind of straight chaos. It's a point of just do it whenever the hell you can, and do the best you can, and that's all you can really do. I think, I think that if I had like a little bit of help, like with everything, it wouldn't be as bad. But when you're riding solo, you're riding rough, and that's just typically how that is, and that's okay. So next question. What does an ideal evening look like for me? What? Like, completely ideal? Partially ideal? Okay, that's a very vague fucking question. Alas, I will try. Um, well, technically speaking, an evening where I'm just left the fuck alone. It's nothing personal, man. Like, my best evenings are quite literally just me sitting down working on things in a very casual fashion. I think my most memorable evenings that I just really kind of cherish, the entire house is quiet, and I have all of my cable boxes open, and I'm moving data around and rendering videos passively in the background, running maintenance on multiple machines, and I'm way more active at night. Like during the day, I'm not very active at all because I don't really like how noisy the world is. But during the night, I feel like I can get substantially more done. I feel like I can actually sit down and say, "Oh, okay, we're going to go ahead and just get all this stuff done, and it's going to be very, very nice, and just all of the fun stuff, more or less." And I can achieve that at night because I don't have to worry about a ton of noise. I don't have to worry about people walking in and out while I'm trying to get things done. I don't have to worry about impending stress of what all do I have to do today. When you have something and it's a hobby, you don't want to try to mix your hobby time during the day with all the other shit you have to do, like going and scheduling appointments, attending appointments, going and doing various rehabs and everything else for various parts of your body. It's just not something you really want to do. So I relegate the day for everything that officially I have to get done. And then for the nighttime, I relegate that as well for basically all my hobby stuff. And that's pretty much how we have that balanced because I had gotten to the point where it's like I don't want to juggle everything all at once and it's not really that great, yada, yada, yada. And so that's really what an ideal evening looks like to me, is where it's super quiet and I can just sit down, work at my own pace, not feel like I'm being rushed, not having to worry about people running in and out. I do my best work when it's quiet. I do even better work than my best work when I'm completely alone because I can just hyper focus on it. I have a tendency to get fixated on shit, and I will just work on it until it is done. And so when people interrupt that process a lot of the time, like they have a tendency to do during the day, should I ever be forced to work during the day, it slows me down, it holds me back, it becomes a very frustrating experience for me. So for the evenings, I like to sit there and I just like to go and just enjoy I like to enjoy the time that I have just running maintenance on machines, and sometimes I'll have a game installing in the background, or I'll be making redundancies and going and copying various drives that I have and stuff, especially if I'm archiving something. I like to just work in the evening and kind of just be left alone and, get to where I need to be with it, essentially. But yeah, yeah, I really, the older I get, the more I value silence, I guess, for lack of a better term. Let's see. What do we got here? I have already covered this one. I've already covered that one in a previous video. And we talked about that in the last recording. And we've covered that one as well. Goddamn, a lot of these are repeats. Let's see here. Oh, here we go. Somebody was asking what is the situation with watermarking the photos and videos. I'm pretty sure I explained this in the post, but I'll go ahead and explain it in detail. Okay, that's fine. Whatever. We can do it. Long story short, I do not care if people use any of the photos that I take. They're not out there to make money, they're out there to be enjoyed. The problem that I have is that I don't really like when people go and claim it as theirs. And it doesn't really have anything to do with the value of the photo. It has, well, the photos, as far as I can tell, the only value they really have is with time. The value of the time that I spent on them. It is when they go and they take credit for work that they have never done. I'm fine if they take the photo. It's why I have folders that you can go and visit to go and have a copy for yourself. If people want to make wallpapers out of them, I'm cool with that. If people want to go and take it and like enhance it or something, I'm cool with that too. If people want to go and make a print of it and my name's not on it, which, well, my name is hidden in every photo somewhere, but if it's just like a bland cut and there's no visible mark, I'm okay with that too. But what I'm not really okay with is people going and taking credit for it, because you're basically taking credit for work that you have never done nor will you likely ever do. And that does bother me, because it's kind of like you're taking credit for my time that I would go and I would spend, like time that I'm not getting back, essentially. Going out, waiting to take these photos, then going and, taking them, posting them, it's a lot of work. And I feel it's kind of degrading to a certain extent when you sit there and you're like, oh, okay, well, I spent all this time this evening going and nabbing, all of this, and this person is just in there saying, oh, hey, I went ahead and I took this on this day. And it's kind of weird, because when people would go and take these photos and try to take credit for it, they would get the location wrong. They would even get the time of the year wrong, and it was just really, really strange. And it's normally a kid that does it too. Like, it's normally somebody that's in their teens or 20s going and doing it. And it's just so fucking weird to me. And so I started putting watermarks on them, because I just, want people to know who actually put the work in to make the photo happen, more or less, because that's my time, my energy, my effort, pretty much everything. Like, I'm not worried about if I make a buck off the photo. I'm worried about receiving credit for it, more or less. And so I became kind of a stickler. Past a certain point, I've started doing the same thing with clips too, because people will literally go and I've seen multiple videos across YouTube go and use my clips and stuff, and I just kind of sat there past a certain point, and I was like, hey, if you want to go and feature the clip, that's fine. I'm okay with that. But at least let everybody know who did it, maybe like a shout out or something, and just kind of point them in my direction if you'd like. And so people would just go and they would take the clips, cut them down. Sometimes they would kind of zoom in on certain aspects of it, and they would try to go and do like little comedic bits with it, more or less, which again, I'm not opposed to. It's just, let people know who originally created that. And, it's not asking too much, I think. Let's see, what else do we have here? I've already answered that. There ain't no reason to go back. I've already answered that too. Jesus Christ, I need to set up a filter for these damn things. I don't think I've answered this one yet. Okay, so we had a guy that emailed in asking me if I have any other hobbies outside of gaming and video making. Yeah, I do. Not so much a hobby per se. Well, I guess it could be considered a hobby. I like watching vintage television. Like, granted, I can't see it anymore, but I do enjoy it. Like, I do enjoy watching, well, listening more likely to media from the 90s, 80s, and 70s. I have a really good time with it. I think a lot of it is just like old cartoons that I grew up with and stuff. And the cool thing is even though my vision's garbage, if I listen to it, my brain actually plays back that clip. It actually remembers it. And it is great, and I love it. But no, I love all the old cartoons and shit. I try to read when I can. Like, even though my vision's really poor, I try to get books in large text. That's kind of difficult. It's also very expensive, especially for extremely long books like Stephen King's It and the Cthulhu anthology as well that H.P. Lovecraft's estate had pumped out a while back was incredibly hard to go and get in large print. I still, like, even with low vision, I still enjoy going and doing things. Like, I love reading still when I can. I love going and watching and listening to vintage cartoons, and I also enjoy going and doing photos, of course. I think as I get older, gaming has less of a place in my life. Like when I was a lot younger, I would go and I would just chew off hours upon hours of gaming all the time. And now that I'm older, I think that I've grown up a fair bit. There's definitely been some substantial changes that have taken place over like the last 8 years. And so it's mainly photos, how-to videos, video production. I used to be, for a long time, before my vision couldn't do it anymore, I used to be a very avid comic book reader as well. I was a really huge fan of Marvel in 2000 AD, if you know what what British comic books are, They have very, very gorgeous illustrators over there. It's a real distinct style, and I love it. I used to also read Heavy Metal magazine quite frequently. I'm not even sure if they're around anymore. I mean, that was mainly when I was younger and stuff. But yeah, I do have hobbies outside of gaming and video production. I like doing leather care. I used to do short form videos on Twitter for leather care and stuff, like how to take care of your boots, how to keep it conditioned to keep it from cracking, things like that. The differences between various oils and shoe treatments and everything else. And I mean, I kind of had my hands on everything. The biggest thing that I enjoyed the most, though, that I used to do as like a hobby outside of gaming is I would show people how to repair things. And I really enjoyed that as well. Like, I would go and if there were kids that had popped over and stuff, if I had friends over and their kids would literally pop over, I'd literally show them how to maintenance a board. Be like, okay, we have a busted resistor. We are going to figure out which one is busted. And I would show them how to use the equipment and how to read it properly. And so going and teaching kids how to do repairs was actually a lot of fun as well. And it was actually quite funny because a lot of the times when I do repairs, there's normally cartoons playing in the background. I mean, I'm not like actively listening to them. It's more like background noise, but they're definitely there. Repairs are very much so a very big part of my life, and while I can't do most repairs now because my vision is just so eroded that I can't see it, there's still quite a few repairs I can still do, and I enjoy sitting people down and showing them that you do not have to take it to a repair shop and that it is very much so possible to go and do it yourself. Let's see. But yeah, I'm a real huge fan of leather care and maintenance on various technologies and things like that. And there was a stint where I was doing graffiti for a while, like on people's houses. Don't worry, they were aware of it. I used to go and do murals and stuff, but when my vision had started crapping out, I had largely stopped because I was afraid of fucking up somebody's home. You know, like it was making me very nervous, I think, and so I had discontinued that, and then I also play music on the side. When I had started losing my vision, I thought that my days playing guitar were over, but since everything is done on a, can you feel it basis, it was actually relatively easy for me to go and adapt to playing guitar and stuff without eyes and stuff. Like I pretty much was already doing it beforehand. I think because when I would go and play, it's not like I'd be staring at my hands because I pretty much had everything memorized at that point. And so I would just kind of sit there and just be like, oh, I can still play, and it's great, you know. But yeah, I haven't done a spot of music in a hot minute. Now I just mainly do post production for other people, and I also go and I have a tendency, a lot of my friends, they still play music, and they ask me how things sound, and, I'll go ahead and slap shot improvements at them, you know, at some points and be like, hey, this would actually sound a little bit better if you would just tweak and tune this, and, sometimes they like it, sometimes they don't, and that's fine. So, let's see. We have... Alright. Let's see, we answered that. We went ahead and we answered that. We went ahead and answered that. Goddamn. Still more repeats. Jesus, dude. Alright, and we went ahead and answered that. Okay, we went ahead and answered that as well. Oh, I've never been asked this. Okay, so we had somebody that actually emailed in and, flat out asked, how do you know that you're trans? I don't know, seems more like a fucking gotcha question than anything else, but that's okay. I'll go ahead and answer it. Truth be told, I knew from a stupidly young age. I didn't have, like, most people are having these days, I didn't have, like, some sort of great awakening, like, I didn't have, like, an epiphany one night. It was very much so in a very organic fashion. I was literally growing up, even though I was a really huge kid, I had female mannerisms almost immediately. And I had grown around them. Like, there was just a lot of things that I didn't really adhere to, in all honesty. Like, I didn't adhere to boys' clothes too much. I didn't adhere to, like, toys that were designed with boys in mind or anything like that. I was very much so femme right out the gate. And it was really weird because for a long time, everybody was just sitting there saying, you're gay. When I was growing up, transgender as a term wasn't really around yet. It wasn't widely used. It's very much so a more recent phenomena. But yeah, I was pretty femme right off the bat and stuff. And I had I had tons of fun going and playing in makeup and stuff, and just having a good time with it. Just like going and living my life. I didn't really actually realize that people did not like it until I was actually exposed to my first spat of homophobia and transphobia. And so I just kind of sat there for a while, and for me, this was my norm. I just kind of sat down and I said, I am like this, and it is just who I am. And I would look at other people and I would notice that, like, they were different and stuff. Like, I guess cis people, for lack of a better term. But I wouldn't really be upset by it. Like, I wouldn't really I wouldn't really think too much about it, in all honesty. I would have the thought process of, oh, hey, they are the way they are, and I am the way that I am, and there's nothing wrong here. I think a lot of the bigotry, the a lot of the bigotry in general is largely generated by society, you know. And so I would see people just be bigots for the sake of being bigots. And after a while, I went from the thought process of, oh, this is normal for me and, everything's fine, down to what is wrong with me? Why do people hate me for this? And it was really, really strange, I think, because it's not like I was walking around damaging people or anything like that. It was just most of the time, religious folks going and saying dumb shit for the sake of saying dumb shit, and after a while, it had led me to believe that I was defective in some way, that there was just something inherently wrong with me. And it wouldn't be until my teenage years where I realized that I'm not doing anything wrong. Like, I had grown up in a very conservative town that pretty much hates anything that is not a cis white male. Like, it's loaded with racism and just all kinds of nasty ass shit you don't want to deal with. And so when my teenage years had rolled around, the high school that I was going to at the time was actually, strangely enough, a very progressive school in the middle of a very conservative town. And so the library, I think, was kind of my saving grace. So the library was really, really cool. The building was incredibly old. It was like a four-story school that literally had been around since 1910, which, strangely enough, when I graduated, we were the first graduating class off of the new campus that was built. But for my freshman, sophomore, and junior years, we were at the old campus. The library was 3 stories. You could literally go in there. The bottom story, the bottom floor functioned more like an amphitheater. There was like a bunch of seats that were kind of in a circle, and then there was like a little stage set up in back. And then there was books along each of the walls as well. So it was like an amphitheater slash miniature library. Second floor, nothing but books. And then the third floor were quote, quote, forbidden books. And so if you were in your junior or senior year, you were allowed to go up to the third floor. On the third floor, there were uncensored history books, religious texts, pretty much everything that you could ever want, to learn about, more or less. So I went through this intense period where I was learning about various religions. At the time, my entire family was Christian. They still are, I think. I don't really have a lot of contact with them anymore, so, it's just kind of like there. But, yeah, you could literally go and learn about all the religions up there, and it was really, really nice. They had everything from Hinduism to Christianity to paganism to Shinto to Taoism. It was just, we had this entire shelf that was nothing but religious text. So what I would do is, my school functioned on the block system, which is like a 90-minute class system. You had 4 of them a day. And the idea was you have more time to work, which equates to less homework and better learning. For the most part, it works. And so we were given an hour for lunch. Well, it only took most of us about 10 minutes to go and get our lunch. So we could go get our lunch, sit down, eat, be happy. I would go get my lunch. I would stop by a vending machine to grab a thing of lemonade, sometimes a thing of orange juice, and I would instantly, my entire junior year, head upstairs. And I would just read all of these books nonstop. It would just be one after another. I would just, scan the page, turn. And so I was processing, I want to say, about a book a week. And so I was plowing through the entire shelf. While the librarian, we had Mrs. Joanne Coppola, this really incredibly short and spunky Italian woman, go and say, hey, if you want, you can go ahead and, you're a junior, you can check those out. You don't have to spend your entire lunch in here. So what I would do to go and do dual learning is I would have one book that I would read during lunch, and then I would check out 1 or 2 books to take home and just absorb to the best of my ability. And so that's how I learned that a lot of the problems that we have in terms of like bigotry and even racism to a certain extent, a lot of it stems from religion. I would literally sit down, read a lot of these modern revised Abrahamic religious texts, and a lot of them would be incredibly racist in some points, and it would just be really, really ridiculous to me. So it was kind of the realization that, it wasn't so much natural what was going on. A lot of it appeared to be indoctrination. And so it was really just kind of a little bit of a wake up call, I think. Like, I would go and I would absorb all these texts, and then I would correlate it to how people behave. And I would see a lot of those behaviors, those thoughts and ideals that they would go and exhibit in the text. And so I would just kind of sit there and say, okay, this is what it is, and I pretty much went from there. So for a while, I had stopped being religious entirely. I was a very staunch atheist and raised Christian, of course. But yeah, I would go and I would correlate it, and I had eventually become disgusted by it. So I just kind of sat there a fair bit, and the more that I spent time on the third floor of this library, the more I would just realize that most religions have a tendency to go and create a whole mess of issues. Just an entire fucking mess of issues and stuff, especially in regards to like homophobia and things like that. So everything had just kind of come full circle, and especially when you realize that there was like a lot of a lot of indoctrination in place. So it was kind of weird because that's how early childhood was. Like, I would view myself being trans as like a natural extension of myself. I wouldn't, back then we didn't have really any terminology for it, so I would just say I am the way that I am. People that were religious would come up and say, oh, well, this isn't natural. You would eventually ask the question, how do they come to this conclusion? And then the only real way that I even bred any sort of understanding was, a chance at the library, more or less, and a lot of learning as an end result. And then the realization that these books are quite literally written by men, and that it reflects their bigotry of the time. And so I came full circle with it, and I just said, they're kind of following this dogma, and this dogma is not particularly healthy. And that would eventually lead me to have some form of like self-acceptance, where I was actually comfortable where I was at. And then I would also realize that what other people were doing is wrong, and that there was like no justifiable reason for them to be this hateful, which eventually led me to leaving the church, which had its own separate, set of like issues and shit, and then becoming a staunch atheist for a while before revolving around to my ancestors' religion, which is folk paganism, more or less. And so, with time, eventually those wounds had eventually closed. I had just kind of sat there and said, it's okay to be trans, it's okay to be queer. These are all just natural parts of the human condition. But it was also, the more I had looked at it and stuff, the more I had realized, these are all things that just occur naturally on us. Like, it's something that you're quite literally born with to a certain lesser extent. It's not something you're just randomly taught, there is no mass conversion or anything like that. But yeah, I knew from a very young age, and I was taught very quickly that it just was not, well, allegedly was not, normal. And then a little bit of learning, some time, effort, and dedication kind of brought me around full circle, and, here I am. But no, most of us do know from a very young age. In many ways, I guess I emulate my grandmother. My grandmother was queer as well. She was a butch lesbian, and reading her journals was kind of the highlight of my life because she also knew from a very early age. as well, and they weren't really very accepting of her, and it eventually led to her suicide because they had conversion centers back then, which I unfortunately had to be pumped through as well because it was just finally starting to die out when I was young. And yeah, that was pretty much it. But no, knew from a very early age. Let's see here. I have answered that. I have answered that. I can't remember if I actually answered this one or not. Let's see. No, I have not. Okay, last question. For this particular recording, at least, before I start trudging through more of these damn things. What are my thoughts about politics at large? I'll be honest with you, I'm kind of burnt out on them. A fair bit. I'm definitely burnt out on it. I don't really view myself as red. I don't really view myself as blue. I just don't really care about politics anymore. I've been digesting them for so damn long that I've actually grown apathetic towards it. I just don't really see a need for any of the political movements that we have going on right now. I just don't. I kind of look at it and I say to myself, oh, here we are just kind of arguing about shit when the golden rule really should be good to yourselves and each other. I think I'm really burnt out on politics, religion. I'm tired of religion trying to be woven into politics. I think I'm kind of in this age of my life where I kind of just want to sit down and take care of people, right? And I want people to just have rights, but I'm so burnt out with constantly having to explain common sense issues to people that I have largely lost my taste for it. It's one of the main reasons why I don't really debate anymore. It used to be so. I used to, when I was younger, I was way more arrogant. And I would just sit there and say, oh, let's go ahead and debate about it because I was cocky and I felt like I had something to prove. And I just wanted to go and argue the other side to death. But now that I'm older, I find that I just get tired of it. It's nothing personal. I just get sick of it. I have no real desire to go and debate common sense issues against people that are asking questions in bad faith. And I've been kind of standing on that hill for a while now. I view a lot of it as incredibly dumb. I feel like I should never have to debate whether or not racism is okay. Common sense dictates that it's not okay because it goes and oppresses another person simply because they were born brown, and it's very fucking dumb in that regard. I view the same thing. I view it the same with LGBT rights. Why would you go and persecute somebody that is like that naturally? It makes no sense. And I have largely taken the common sense approach to pretty much every goddamn political argument that I've ever had to do. And I'm kind of at that point where it's like, okay, well, there really is no reason for people to hate other people. What are we doing? Essentially, how are we getting here? And so I would just kind of sit there and I would get burnt out on it after a while and I'd get frustrated with it. The fact that people think that, things like this still need to be debated is very, very obnoxious to me, and it really reminds me how far behind we are. It really does. And it's weird because people will sit there and they're like, who are you going to vote for in the election? And they would grill me about it. And I would have to explain to them that we haven't had a good candidate in a very long time, and that if I could have one president back, I would definitely want FDR because he was just amazing. I loved that man to death. Some of the work he did was, whoa. I think I would have another Jimmy Carter as well. He was a pretty solid human being. But no, I think past a certain point that there's a part of me that is anarcho-communist because I agree with most of it, but there is also a large part of me that has become so apathetic to pretty much everything that I have largely become apolitical as an end result. You know, I've also been a real huge fan of the Giant Meteor 2024 party. Real huge fan of that. I hope it wins. You know, just common sense shit. I get tired of debating other people's existences. I get tired of debating on whether or not people deserve rights, especially women. Jesus Christ, just let people do whatever the fuck they want with their bodies, please. It's none of your goddamn business. You know, it's really weird. Like, I feel like we're debating the wrong shit all the time. Like, we should be debating on whether or not we should be pursuing war with another, nation and shit, whether or not it's ethical. We shouldn't really be debating what women do with their bodies. We shouldn't really be debating whether or not people go and deserve health care. We shouldn't really be debating whether or not people, deserve to have a living wage. Like, we shouldn't really be debating common sense shit like this because it's common sense, and I kind of get annoyed with it, because a lot of these people, when I would go and debate them, it's almost like they're literally trying to say, I am just anti quality of life. I want everything to be awful and I want everybody to suffer because I think it's a good idea. And when I had this realization, when I realized I was running across people like this, I would literally say to myself, Jesus fucking Christ, here we go. We're literally going and doing this, and I just really couldn't stand it. It's just so weird. Like, one guy tried to fucking debate me about whether or not kids deserved school lunch. School lunch is literally, like, all the school lunch programs we have are literally there for children that are underserved. And so he was trying to make the case of if they can't afford food, they don't deserve to eat. And I kind of sat down and I was like, ain't that some shit? I was like, can you imagine, being like 5, 6 years old and starving because maybe your parents aren't doing super well and having a demographic of people literally sit down and expecting you to go and get a job to go and buy lunch at school? I mean, is that really like the end game of capitalism that we're really stretching for here? Like, we're looking to go back to, like, 1890 where, like, 5-year-old, 6-year-old kids worked in fucking factories and shit and got a bag of turnips for the day. I mean, are we really, is that really where the fuck we're at with this? But no, the debates in general literally killed it for me. I'm completely fried on politics in general. I'm tired of elections that don't really mean anything. I'm definitely burnt out with people trying to say we need to have religion in our governments. Our governmental branches. No, we don't. That just is trying to be just a very distinct form of Christofascism. We don't want it. We don't need it. It doesn't do anything productive. It's just been a hell of a thing, and I find that, like, when you start meddling around in politics and shit, it is so fucking easy to contract some level of brain rot. And I'm more than willing to openly admit that I'm sure that I have some brain rot inside me somewhere. It would not shock me in the fucking least. But I really, with the way that the country is right now, I'm just so goddamn fried on everything because everybody is like, I'm red, and you got other people that are like, oh, I'm blue, and like they want you to pick between the two, and I really can't stand it because I'm over here in my own camp going, it's not so much red versus blue, it's the government versus you. And I think that as I get older, I just want to kind of sit down and take care of people, and I can't really do that with political division being like this, because you literally have two sides of the same fucking circus, it would seem, going and trying to explain to you why nobody deserves anything. You've got Democrats sitting there saying, hey, Republicans don't deserve anything because they're Republicans, and you have Republicans that are like, these people don't deserve anything because they're bums, like it's just really ridiculous, I think. And then we have me in my camp where it's like, hey, instead of going and funding wars and shit, can we just take all of that money and just take care of our own people, please? Can we just sit down and take care of our own folks for a while? And I do get frustrated with it. Like, I am literally so frustrated with the state of our politics that I'm just literally kind of seething all the time. And it's really weird because my fiance and I were both anarcho-communists, and we're happy in our spaces, but both of us are just really fed up with the common sense issues of the country and stuff, and we're tired of being in a constant state of war as well. I can't remember the last time this damn country actually took a fucking break from like just going and invading another country. Been waiting on that one for a minute. We just kind of want to sit down and take care of people. We want to be like, hey, man, we understand that you're starving. Here's some food. Or I know a lot of people in this damn country would like to have universal health care. We're the self-proclaimed, richest nation in the world, and yet we still don't have basic shit that other developed nations have, you know. It's truly exhausting, I think, past a certain point, and I'm kind of at the point where I'm just like, can we just do something productive? I don't want to sit down and argue about like whether or not people deserve things. I actually want to sit down and do something. I don't want to talk about it. I want to actually do it. I don't want to sit there and have a bunch of presidential candidates in office that are like older than the fucking dinosaurs that they witnessed when they were growing up. I just really do not want that. I don't really want to talk about solutions. I want to go and do solutions. I want to just do them all the way to the fucking bank. Let's do this solution, that solution. I would literally love that so much. And we're just never going to see it, I think. And so after a while, now when people go and try to drag me into political discussions and shit, I just don't even do it. I don't even fuck around with it. I just kind of say, I really just don't want this anymore. Don't want it, don't need it, don't really have any sort of drive for it. If it doesn't revolve around taking care of people, enhancing people's quality of life, giving them additional rights, just common sense shit that we should have, then it really just does not interest me whatsoever. It just don't. Okay. What do we got here? Hun, did we have any more emails, or was this it? Oh god, we got more. Oh jeez. Well, I think it's going to be a separate recording then. Yeah, I'm at the end of this list. I'm pretty sure this is it. Okay. And here we go with another portion for the mailbag video. We're going to be going down the rest of the emails here that my girlfriend and I have literally decided to go and sort through, and we're going to be attempting, hopefully, assuming nothing else shows up, to go ahead and wrap it up for this year. So, let's see. Have I had project failures? Yes. Well, kind of. I don't really view them as failures. I view them as things that simply did not fucking work out for a wide variety of reasons. So I learned very quickly when I started investing in external hardware to go and do capturing that not every game was going to capture correctly. I experienced a lot of games that I literally could not finish recording because they had issues with either their engine or the capture card just didn't play well with it. There was a whole wide variety of reasons on why things kind of fell through. I know that the Xbox One in general didn't really like to be recorded at all. A quick internet search kind of pointed out that, yeah, the Xbox One does not like to play well with the Elgato HD 60S Plus. So all of the Xbox games that I did record, some of them went through really, really well, and others, they had like little hitches here and there. The hitches here and there, I'm not really sure if it's from the console, since the console was on its way out the door, it was dying, or if it was just the game itself. I know with Resident Evil 8, when I was going and filming that, it was leading to a bunch of corruption right off the bat, which could have easily been the laptop that I was recording to, or it could have been the card itself. So yeah, there's been plenty of times where things have kind of fallen through and flopped a fair bit, and I just I don't really consider it a failure. What I do is I put it on the shelf. So for this shot around for 2025's content batch, I was like, okay, Resident Evil 4, the Xbox port for it is bad. I'm going to have to look at another port for it. The Xbox port for Resident Evil 1 Remake does not like to be recorded. The GameCube version's great, but the Xbox One port is not. So I would have to go and I would have to finagle around with a bunch of things to try to figure out what works and what doesn't. But there's been plenty of projects where I've gone to film and I have had problems with it. And sometimes it's the engine, sometimes it's the console. The Xbox doesn't like to play well with the card. The Nintendo Switch, for the most part, does really well. The only time that I have an issue recording off of the Nintendo Switch is if the game in question is running off of Unity. With Unity, I know that I had some pretty fucking fantastic issues with it, because it would either capture it at a low frame rate when I had more than enough hardware to capture it at a full-blown 60, or sometimes it would bust up the recording into a bunch of chunks depending on what section of the game I was at. Like, I had issues with Unity and stuff. But for the most part, I'm actually really, really blessed because most of the games that I did record actually went through really, really well. I know that there was 2 or 3 recordings out of the 25 I did where I was really, really struggling with how it would go and conduct itself, and so I would have to go and add transitions at some points because there would be like a 3 or 4 second gap in there, and it would just break the recording, go make it its own MP4 file, then start a fresh one, which is really weird. I tried looking around and it just was an issue, I think, at the time with the card, as well as with the engine itself, so I would kind of struggle with that a fair bit. But yeah, there's plenty of things that I literally don't finish. And I just kind of go and I put it on the back shelf and I go and I look for solutions on how to fix it. Some things I can fix, and they later on become recordings like Resident Evil 3 and Hunt Down, and then others I have yet to find a solution for, but I don't really ever completely give up on it. I just kind of sit down and I say, okay, this didn't really work. We got to find another method. And sometimes I think you have to be comfortable with that. I learned the limitations of the MacBook Pro pretty quickly. I would have to go, and since my vision is really, really bad, I would have to sit very close to the screen because I wouldn't always be able to detect when the capture was going and dropping frames. So I would have to sit really close to the screen, which was kind of not ideal because, like, my ideal position is like 2 feet away, because any further than 2 feet and I can't see, any closer than 2 feet and my vision kind of distorts because of the glasses that I wear. The lenses are very, very thick. So I would have to kind of sit close to it and constantly monitor if it was dropping frames. And so I thought a solution to this for a really long time was just to go into cut the frame rate in half and just record at 30, but recording 60 FPS games on 30 frames a second just doesn't really look that great, and it kind of has a hard time keeping up with it. But yeah, there is plenty of projects that I think kind of fell through and stuff, and so I would go and have to do additional recordings of other games that I wanted to do, and that would more or less be the stopgap for it. I'm waiting to see if, because I do want to grab a new card now that I know that I would like to do this way more often, I'm waiting to see if a slight spec bump will get me to where I need to be. Because I think that the frame dropping in general was caused by a throttled CPU, out of all things, because the CPU was like I think it was like a 3rd gen Ivy bridge. So I was like, okay, yeah, that's kind of old. We're going to need a spec bump, and I'm looking at grabbing something that has an i9 in the future. But yeah, I kind of quietly hold on to these projects. Some of them I have to stick on the back shelf. Some of them I have to literally go and rework a little bit. I'm able to make a recording out of it, although there's like small little gaps here and there. But I do have issues. Not everything runs perfectly all the time, and that's perfectly fine. You figure out what works, what doesn't, and you kind of work around that, I think, a fair bit. But I had issues recording Resident Evil 8. It threw a corrupted frame, so I had to throw out the entire recording, record it from scratch, through another corrupted frame. But I learned very quickly that when I went ahead and reset the Xbox One to stock before the hard drive and it died, it largely had cleared that up. I know with Resident Evil 1, when it was swapping resolutions for the cutscenes and stuff, that it would go and it would cause the capture card to judder a fair bit, which really wasn't great at all. Some games in Unity, I go and I'll play them at 60 FPS, and it'll look like it's chugging like 25 to 30 sometimes, and I've tried various fixes for that, but I was unable to actually go and fix it. And then there was a lot of finagling around with various projects between the Elgato game capture software as well as trying to go and capture things on OBS. OBS did not like playing well with a lot of games either. It was a friend who had later on sat me down and said, yeah, hun, you're not always going to be able to go and capture every game. Some games just don't play well. Some pieces of software just don't work well with other pieces of software. There's not always going to be a fix for everything. So I just said, okay, that's fine. And, I work around it, or sometimes I just shelf it. And that's perfectly okay. Let's see. Next question here is, do I pay attention to YouTube? Honest answer, not really. I do, but I don't. Like, there's a large amount of there's a large amount of discrepancies with it, I think. I pay attention to content. I pay attention to comments that are left. I even pay attention to how the recording looks on YouTube. Like, I will literally blow it up on a giant screen. And if it is not up to the standard that I am looking for, I will literally junk it and do a freshie. But outside of that, I don't really pay attention to it too much. I don't pay attention to views. I don't really pay attention to retention time. I don't really treat it like a job. I treat it more like a hobby. Like, I don't ever look at my stats and shit my pants and say, oh man, this is really, really bad. I gotta do better, and, yada, yada, yada. I just never really cared for it too much. I don't really pay attention to people's negative comments either. Like, if I notice something that, is especially rude for the sake of being rude, I might point it out, but I typically just don't really care. It's nothing personal, it's just this channel's not really designed or even built around the idea of having any sort of income out of it. At the end of the day, I did start this channel because I wanted a place to stash my clips, because I was running out of space on everything else. And then later on, I was like, hey, I would like to take up video editing as a hobby. I would like to learn another skill. So I said, okay, and I kind of used this channel as a development for that skill. Started off with throwing clips together to make montages, and then doing short plays, slightly longer plays, better editing in terms of like various adjustments, and then super long plays. And it's been something that has just been progressively growing for a while now. And I've always kind of stood by that. It is literally something I use to develop a skill first now and an archive second. But I don't really sweat it too much. Like, I see a lot of people, they go and they try to be influencers and they'll like rub elbows and everything else, and I don't really care for that. I've had various companies offer me opportunities like, would you like a sponsorship? And the answer has always been no. I just really don't think too much of it, I think. Looking back at it, I've never really sat down and said, how much money can I go and I make off of this? I've never really cared about if I got thumbs ups or thumbs downs or anything like that. I just kind of, what I do when I make a video is I sit down and I say to myself, what cool stuff can I do with this video? I am fully aware that I am not like everyone else, like I do not have their level of production quality, and strangely enough, I'm okay with this. I've had friends that go and they have channels on here. They're like, oh, hey, why don't you join the team? And the answer has always been no. It's nothing personal. I love these people to death, and I've known many of them for quite some time. It's just not really my shtick. I feel like when you're a part of a team, there's a certain level of obligation that is there, and you start to treat it as a job. Past a certain point, you kind of get into the click of things. You attach yourself to a group of people, which I really don't agree with. And you're expected to do certain styles of content, behave a certain way, things like that. I very much so value my autonomy, I think. And I also wanted to keep YouTube very, very healthy as well. And a part of that health was me literally just not really caring what other people, think of the channel. I don't really worry about how many followers I have. If people love the stuff I make, great, I'm happy for them. If they don't, that's fine too. I just really don't pay attention to it, mainly because I just really kind of, I really just kind of got to a point where I was like, okay, this is not really that great. I just don't want to have that issue. So you go and you look at it and you kind of say to yourself, oh, okay, we're going and doing this and doing X, Y, and Z. And I think a large portion of my autonomy was threatened at one point because there were people that were like, when are you going to start taking it seriously? And I would always kind of sit there and say, well, what do you mean? Like, what are you talking about, when you say take it seriously? Because I go and I look at it, and I'm content with the work that I've done and stuff. I mean, it's not the best stuff ever, but I'm content with my routine progress. I always have been. As long as I learn something a little bit better, I am very content with that. And so I think that's a very fair way of looking at it. I think when it comes to interacting with people on the platform in general, I try hard to not do it. As awful as that sounds, I just don't really have any sort of desire to, because I find that YouTube by default can be a very, very toxic place. And so when I get comments and stuff, I'll just kind of go and say, okay, that's great. I'm glad that you enjoyed this. I'm glad that you had a good time. Things like that. But when it comes to just going and constantly conversing and stuff, I have a weird kind of aversion to it. I've just never really cared for it. So I'm on here to literally go and do my own thing, and that's what I've been doing for the last great while. So I just don't really, I guess what I'm trying to say is I just don't really take any aspect of this seriously, short of the types of videos that I work on. I try to make every video a little bit better than the last. If there's something wrong with that video, then I go out of my way to try to learn as much as I can from it, and then I incorporate that into future videos. There was a lot of things that I didn't really want to do, I think, with this channel. A lot of people have, like beginning little shticks that they play before their videos and stuff, like little intro sections that they have, and, they get wrapped up in it and stuff, like they really kind of go hard at it, and I've never really cared for that either. I think what I really wanted to do was just two things. I wanted to develop a skill, which I'm in the process of doing. And then with that skill, I wanted to go and I wanted to do runs of games where it's just you in the game. I didn't want to get on to try to sell like a personality or anything else. I didn't want any of that. I just kind of said, okay, I want people to be able to get on, see how I'm advancing a little bit, because I want to share this with folks so they can have fun with it. And I want to just have them and the game. I'm not worried about selling my personality because I don't really have like much of one, I think. Everybody else thinks that I do, but I personally think that I'm very bland a lot of the time. I just want you to literally say, hey, this is a game that I want to watch, and I want to sit down and just watch it. And I think with me as a content creator, I want people to just sit down and have that experience, right? I want them to kind of have like a little bit of a more personalized experience with it. Like I think when I post content, I want the person to literally kind of experience it like they're actually there playing it. This is why I do the intro shticks for all of the consoles, like PlayStation, GameCube, the SNK arcade cab intros, basically all of it. This is why I sit down and I leave all of that in because I want people to sit down and say, okay, I'm not just really, I'm not just like sitting down and watching this game, I'm having an experience. And that's, I think, what I wanted most out of the channel and stuff, as I go and I develop this skill set and stuff. And I'm fully aware with a lot of these recordings that some of them have frame rate issues, some of them have gaps, some of them I had to go back and correct the color and the black level and everything else on. I mean, it really has just been truly a journey with it, and I haven't regretted any of it. But outside of those three things, me wanting people to have a good experience, me wanting to develop a skill set, and then this being an archive, I don't really think too much of it. I don't really worry about how many people have watched the video. I don't really worry about the retention rate. I don't worry about how many followers I have. I just worry about whether or not I had a good time making the video and if people had a good experience watching the video. So a lot of people get upset by that because they feel that you have to go and just take everything super seriously, but I find that when I take it too seriously, it starts to feel like work, and I hate that. I hate sitting down in front of an editor after going and recording one of my favorite games and then going, how well is this going to do? It's not something that I care about or even care for really too much. It's something that I just really have no real desire for. So I sit down and I go and I record games that I enjoy immensely. And then I go and I try to dress up the gameplay a little bit. This is why sometimes you see me like use cheats in the game, or accessibility settings now, as they're typically known. So I can go and do just completely crazy and outrageous things that kind of put a little bit of a shine on your day, So yeah, I definitely do not pay attention to most facets of YouTube at all. I just don't. And it's probably how it's going to remain for the rest of my career here, as long as I keep doing this. Alright, let's go ahead and open up another letter here. Oh, this one's a girthy one. Okay. That is quite the wall of text. Hey, hon, can you hand me that magnifying glass, please? No, I know it's a lot of text. I just can't really read it that well. Yeah, my eye's tired, I think. Oh, jeez. Do you have any advice for your baby trans viewers? For being trans? Well, yeah, I guess. I mean, I have plenty of it. If you really want to sit down and go into the weeds with it, that's fine. Yeah, I've got plenty of advice. Being trans is not easy, at least I don't think it is. Let's see if this letter is a little bit more descript here, because that is incredibly fucking vague. Alright. Okay. Oh, there we go, yeah. I should have read read into that a little bit more. I've got plenty of advice for the younger generation of trans folks that we're currently raising. It's a very broad thing because there's literally so much advice to be had. There's literally so much of it, and yet I think that I would literally be here all day talking about it. But I'm gonna try to condense it, I think, as much as I can. First and foremost, if you're going to be trans, you gotta stop giving a shit what people think. You gotta be comfortable with other people's discomfort. And the reason why I say that largely is because people will commonly project onto you what they think that you should be. We see this with people's families, we see it with transmedicalists, we literally see it with almost every single facet of society. So if you're young and you're trans, that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. We all got to start somewhere. Some people discover themselves early in life. Some people discover themselves later in life. There really is truly no linear progression. But if you're going to survive it, if you're going to be at your happiness, if you're going to be at your happiest, then it starts with stopping when it comes to going and giving a shit what people think. So when you first come out of the closet, you're going to be greeted one of two ways. You're either going to be greeted by really, really cool dudes who love and accept you for who you are, or you're going to be greeted by a hell of a lot of animosity. Most of us fall into the second camp. It is very, very few of us that actually fall into the first camp. You're going to have to get comfortable with losing people. Now, this isn't to be said that everybody's going to lose somebody. It's not that it's mandatory or anything like that. It's just that's what the current climate is looking like. So you're going to literally, there's very much so a prospect that you're going to be losing a good chunk of your family, or possibly all of your family, because a lot of people don't really agree with it. Most people that disagree with it either use political reasonings, or a lot of them have a tendency to go and use religious reasonings. I've never really been a fan of either, because I feel that everybody has the right to be who and what they are, and that doesn't really matter as long as you're not really, you know, as long as you're not really going out of your way to like hurt people or anything like that, then you're literally doing nothing wrong at that point. It's like being gay, for example. When I was growing up, being gay was still very much so taboo. And so people would use politics and religion, of course. I think back then, everybody, when we were going through our gay panic, everybody kind of had the idea of think of the children. And I always felt that that was just kind of silly. Ooh, a little bit of water goes a long way, I guess. So, that's kind of what life was like back then. Now, of course, the gays weren't coming for anybody's children, but that was kind of everybody's mindset. So, you're going to have to get comfortable with loss, I think. I know when I had come out as trans, like, I had known for a while, too. It was fucking bonkers. But, when I had come out, I had lost all three of my brothers. I had lost my dad, largely, because he didn't agree with it. He was trying to do the whole religious aspect of it, which I was kind of like, alright, man, calm down. And I had lost a ton of my friends as well, because all of them had grown up in the same small town that I had, and they had very, very closed minds and very, very limited educations. And so I was more or less starting from scratch past a certain point. My mom was okay with it to a certain lesser extent. She didn't really understand it. Like, there was no outright rejection, it was just a lot of confusion. And so we had to go and wrestle with that for a while. But for the majority of trans people, we do go and we lose our families, we lose friends. We literally have to rebuild from scratch, and it really, 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 really sucks. But it sometimes can be a fact of life. Your existence is going to be debated all the time. I personally think that a lot of it's immutable, in terms of like us existing. But other people are going to debate your existence all the time. You're going to go and encounter things that are extremely harsh. You are going to have people that go out of their way to literally sit there and say that you're not natural. Well, science is very quickly proving otherwise. You're going to come across people that try to demonize you using their religion of choice. Hate's not okay like that. You're going to have like a whole smorgasbord of things that you're literally going to have to contend with. You're literally going to have, in some instances, people that try to assault you in public. You're also going to have people that try to insult you privately as well. The climate that you're walking into currently is a very, very hostile one, and that's not really okay. That's pretty fucking awful, I think. So you're going to have to go and keep this in mind. The thing that you got to realize is that it's important to be comfortable with yourself. You have to put your own comfort before their comfort. A lot of families are going to try to use the rhetoric of, my child is dead. No, you're not dead. You're just changing. Mammals change all the time. Human beings in general change all the time, and this is nothing unusual. It's been like this for quite some time. The only reason that people are railing about it now is because it is a change that they do not agree with, when in reality, it's not really something that you should theoretically ever have to worry about, because it's your life that you're going to have to be living. It doesn't really matter if they're comfortable with it or not. Your comfort is paramount in this regard. So you're going to be going through it a fair bit, I think, as you kind of go about your life and stuff. And we're going to have a lot of infighting in the community as well. You're going to have to struggle with that a fair bit. I personally would stay away from the community at this point, because it's loaded with so much fucking vitriol that I have officially lost my taste for it. You're going to have to be comfortable with rebuilding a lot of things as well. You're going to have to rebuild relationships. You're going to face a fair bit of discrimination in the medical industry. There's just all sorts of shit that you are going to have to contend with. So you're going to have to make one of two choices. You're either going to have to say, hey, this is who I am, and I need to live my truth and live in a certain level of authenticity. So I'm going to have to beat this down every time I see it. Or you're going to have to get comfortable with people's various baggages and stuff, which can definitely lead to extended suffering, and go from there. Now, I personally wouldn't want to deal with people's baggages. I was perfectly fine with people hating me. Like, if you are going and dealing with people that literally are hateful like that, like when they go out of their way to be like, hey, you're awful, here's why, then maybe you don't really want to associate yourself with people that are like that to begin with. Like if you're like kind of constantly going and surrounding yourself with people that are just kind of fucked up like that, then they're people that you should probably consider leaving behind. Because nothing productive is ever going to come out of it. You're just going to suffer immensely for the sake of trying to make them happy. And what a lot of people don't really realize in life is that people's happiness is up to them as an individual. It's not up to some external force to go and make them happy. You're responsible for your own happiness, and they're responsible for their happiness. And then if they're honestly that bent out about you being yourself, then it's time to move on from them, I would think. Okay, moving on to the next question here. This person actually left me quite the extended text and stuff, so we're just going to be going down through the line and stuff. So, next question is, what can you lose by being trans? Well, I think that I kind of answered this already with the last kind of spiel that I gave, but we'll go ahead and answer it. You pretty much can lose everything. You can just lose friends, family, colleagues, coworkers, even. You can just lose so much. You can also lose a fair bit of respect from people, which I always felt was really, really wild. You can lose entire churches. You can lose kids. You can lose, your spouse if you have one, boyfriend, girlfriend, whatever. You can go ahead and you can lose a lot, and I think a lot of it mainly stems down to the current trans panic that we have in society. With spouses and stuff, let's go ahead and be realistic here. They're probably not going to be, especially if they're cis hetero, they're probably not going to be too enthused that you're going to be going and swapping up genders and sexes like that. It's not really that great in their eyes. I mean, it's going to be great for you because you're going to be living your authentic self, obviously, but for them, they're going to be struggling a fair bit. And then if you have kids and stuff, some kids are really cool about it, other kids aren't. I know that with all of my trans friends, their friends are really, really cool about it because the way that they have a tendency to look at it is, oh, I may be losing my dad, but I'm getting another mom, and that's cool. So a lot of people, have an easier time on that front. Ooh, there we go. A little bit of water. I think that some kids kind of struggle with it as well, and this is mainly something that I saw a lot in my generation. Kids can actually be incredibly cruel sometimes, so if you have kids and they figure out that like you either have like two dads or two moms, other kids will go and like bully the fuck out of them, which is not okay. So transitioning, it can have multiple impacts and stuff. And so what kind of environment you're fostering counts a lot towards that. Like if you go and you raise kids and you raise them to be super accepting, right? And they're comfortable with their positioning, and then later on you transition and stuff, your kids most likely aren't going to be bothered by that. But I find in most conservative households and stuff, if you go and you decide that you want to transition, a lot of your family is going to be hostile towards it and stuff, and that is mainly boiling down to how hateful certain ideological beliefs can be. So yeah, you can actually lose a hell of a lot of stuff. I had a friend of mine that literally went, she transitioned and stuff, and she lost her job at the bank because it was, what they called unnerving at the time. So there's a lot of things that you have to consider when you transition, especially when it comes down to how people react and stuff, because while you're not doing anything wrong, in their eyes, you will be. And they can become very vindictive with it very, very quickly, and it's not something you really want to go and bathe in, I think. Okay. How do you deal with discrimination? Harshly. I do not like discrimination at all. I do not give a crap what kind of discrimination it is. I do not deal with racism, sexism, homophobia, transphobia. I just do not tolerate any of it at all. I find that in order to deal with intolerance, you have to greet it with intolerance. You have to be intolerant towards intolerance. Yeah, you really just can't afford to really be tolerant of any of it. You can't really sit there and afford to wallow in self pity either. It doesn't really matter who it's coming from. I know with my family and stuff, I had to dig in my heels, especially when they had started getting hateful, towards the end of things, and I didn't buckle in front of it. I didn't sit there and say, "Oh, you're right," and then proceed to revert. I was like, "Hey, man, listen, this is how this is. If you don't like it, I'm sorry for you, but there really isn't much that I can do at this point. And it's up to me to go and to live my life and be my authentic self. And if you feel that that is incompatible with you, then it's time to go our separate ways." That's literally how I chose to handle things because I wasn't going to get trapped in the debate, the constant debate, mind you, of whether or not I have the right to exist. It's not debatable. Once you start going and debating whether or not people deserve to have rights and to be themselves, you start slipping into fascism very fucking quickly, and that's not something that I am ever going to be comfortable with, so it's better to just clip it and move on and, just call it a day. When it comes to intolerance, well, dealing with intolerance in public, I don't really put up with it in public either. A lot of people, I know that one of my exes was like, you shouldn't really be making a scene because, these people, they just don't understand. I said, fuck that, and I threw it out the door. I threw that entire line of thinking out the door, and I just said, to hell with it, we're not really going to be going and doing this. So I would be sitting down with a number of my exes at restaurants and stuff, and I have no shame for who and what I am. I am what I am. I've already accepted it and stuff, but I would still have other people that would walk up, and they didn't really realize at the time that I'm intersex. So a lot of them would be like, "Well, that's a choice you made," and a lot of the time I would just kind of sit down and I would find myself explaining it to them. I'd be like, "Right, I'm intersex. I have this, and this going on with me, and I chose to transition because of this, and this." And I would go and I would find myself trying to educate them when in reality I never wasn't really in any sort of position where I should have been, to begin with. If they don't understand, that's fine. It's not my job to educate them. And I still think about it, I think, a fair bit, you know. But yeah, I had largely, I think, moved on from that mentality where I was like, oh, it's my job to state my position and to show it's okay to be me. Eventually I just said, fuck it, tossed it out the window and said, right, I'm going to exist whether you like it or not. If you would like to continue to push the issue, you're going to have to deal with me directly. And that is not something you want to go and do. Because it's going to get very fucking ugly very fucking fast. And you're going to be hurting by the end of it. I've had insecure men that literally, once I had started going and transitioning full tilt, they would go and they would walk up and they would hit on me. And then when they would hear my voice, because I never went through vocal training, didn't give a fuck about it, perfectly comfortable with my voice, they would have a knee-jerk reaction to it, and they would just kind of sit there and panic a little bit because they were attracted to a trans woman and they felt that it made them gay, and it was very, very stupid. So sometimes I would be greeted with violence. And I normally put that down with force. I don't play with it. I don't fuck with it. If you decide that you want to start swinging at me, you had better be prepared to finish it, because if not, you will be in a world of hurt. I do not tolerate it in any facet of my life whatsoever, because I was not put on this earth to go and put up with physical abuse from people. It doesn't matter if I'm in a restaurant. It doesn't matter if it was in any of the sections of my dating life. I was not put on this earth to go and put up with it. People do not have to agree with it. I'm not going to sit here and kiss people's asses and try to get them to agree with every little facet of my life, but I'm not going to be beaten by them either. Oh god, my voice. So let's take a look-see here. Next question. Do you have to transition to be trans? Hot take, I don't think you do. And I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to explain why. So there are plenty of ways to go and realize that you're trans and stuff. You know, there are plenty of ways to actually go and just go about your transition. Some people just do it socially. Some people do it medically. Some people do a combination of the two. There's all sorts of ways for people to literally go about just transitioning their lives and stuff. Some people cannot afford HRT. Some people cannot afford SRS. Some people do not want SRS. Some people do not want the responsibility that comes with SRS. There is literally the problem with asking somebody if you have to transition to be trans is that there are so many different facets of it, and there are so many different spectrums that it really just there is no good answer. So my answer has literally been no. I honestly think that if you're sitting there and you wake up and you're kind of like going and eating your morning meal and stuff, and you just kind of say to yourself, Jesus Christ, I really just don't identify with being a guy, and I identify with more of the what would be the female experience, then yeah, you're pretty much trans at that point. You don't need HRT to be validated. You don't need to go to a psychologist for them to tell you, oh, you have dysphoria. At the end of the day, I think you as an individual know who the hell and what the hell you are, and that enough. That alone should be enough. Now, we also have people that kind of lean into the medicalist aspect of it, where they kind of just formulate their entire lives around it, like what procedures they've had and everything else. I've never really been a fan of medicalism because it kind of shits on the human condition a fair bit. But no, I honestly think that if you want to be addressed a certain way and you want to act a certain way, that's fine. You're free to. You have that agency, I think, as a human being to go forth and live your life like that. That's like somebody sitting there saying, well, in order to be this, you have to do that, and it leads into stereotypes and tropes very fucking quickly. All of it sucks, and all of it's annoying. And so, no, I don't think that you literally have to go and transition. Some people can't even transition. I know one bloke, he was going and trying to transition, and hormones whipped his ass, gave him elevated inflammation and everything. And so he had to detransition. It doesn't make him any less trans because he couldn't do his transition. It just means that that road wasn't really appropriate for him, and it was making him suffer a little bit more than what ideally he should have had to. So you're going to run across most people that I see in the community are actually pretty chill. You have, those that transition to men, those that transition to women, those that are, non-binary, and they're kind of in the center of things, or sometimes they'll meld the two together, which is perfectly fine. And then you also have those that are intersex, like I'm intersex. I'm born with a set of ovaries and everything else, but had predominantly masculine features most of the time, depending on how I was feeling that day. But, yeah, you have people that are all across the spectrum and stuff. Human beings don't really fit in boxes. They've never fit in boxes. They're never going to fit in boxes until it's time to bury them. That is just how that is. And I think a lot of people really get wrapped up in it. Most standard trans people that I see, they have a wide variety of experiences. Some of them have dysphoria, some of them don't have dysphoria, and they realize that they just weren't male or female, and they go and they grab up hormones. Some people are content being on hormones. Some people don't want hormones. Some people want tits. Some people don't want tits. Some people want SRS. Some people don't want SRS or can't do SRS. There's literally so many different facets of it that it's unreal. And then you have intersex people that are born in between with a different set of chromosomes. A lot of us can't even do SRS correctly sometimes, depending on, well, what your configuration is, really. I know with me, they were like, right, when we start screwing around with your plumbing, it's going to break a lot of things. It's best to just leave you the fuck alone. So I said, okay. And that was my lot in life, Like, intersex people are equally valid, too. And then we have the other side of the spectrum, which is transmedicalists. Stay the fuck away from these people, please. They are outdated. They are not advancing anything. You do not need to transition to go and be yourself. You do not have to fit a rigid definition at all. People will say that you need to. Trust me, you don't. If you don't want SRS, you don't have to go and get it. You don't need to go and be crippling yourself with immense amounts of depression, pain, and suffering to just realize, hey, I'm not a guy. I'm not a girl. Or maybe, I feel like I'm a mishmash between the two. Whatever. It's fine. People spend so much time trying to shove themselves in boxes that they literally shit on the human condition, trying to go and do that. So medicalists have always been a problem, and every single time I go and I see somebody ask me this question, do you have to transition to be trans? There is normally an asshole in back of them that has medicalist beliefs that is telling them you have to. So the interesting thing about medicalists is that they try to cling on to science. The problem with clinging on to science is that it changes all the time. Science is always changing, and it is often self-corrective. Most medicalists that you will see these days believe that you have to be struggling with immense amounts of dysphoria to be trans. I've seen this quite a bit. I have never been a fan of much of any of it. And so there is this idea that being trans is inherently painful and that you're designed to suffer and all this other stuff. And I'll be honest with you, most of us are not that bad. Yeah, we have a fair bit of depression and stuff, but not everybody wants to go and get SRS or hormones. Damn near all of us transition socially, like in our private lives and stuff, but we don't really sweat it as much as they would like us to. I've always felt the idea of trying to shackle yourself to a mental health diagnosis to be very, very counterproductive. And when you actually go and you look at medicalism, it's rooted in like the 1980s definition of gender dysphoria, which was largely, well, being transgender in general, which was largely rooted in the idea of it being a psychosexual disorder, according to older variants of the DSM. And so I find that a lot of medicalists, they kind of latch onto this, right? They latch onto this idea of, me being trans is rooted in pain and suffering, and me being uncomfortable, and me, needing to go and have like an official diagnosis for the sake of validation. I find that the autistic community and the transgender community actually have a lot in common, because you have two portions of it. You have those that realize that they're autistic but cannot afford the diagnosis, and those that are officially diagnosed will proceed to shit on them and tell them that they are not autistic, only to find out later that they are. And then you have those in the transgender community that literally wrap up their entire lives in their medical diagnosis and various procedures that they've had done and things like that. It's kind of like a certain level of gatekeeping that just really should not exist and really just doesn't need to exist. Like, you don't have to go and suffer immensely to go and be yourself. Me, for example, born with 2 ovaries and a puss, right? With a voice that would make most sailors blush. I did not immediately feel the need to go and get slammed out on hormones and want SRS and everything else. And, like, I did not see an inherent need to go and be like, oh, all this shit's busted on me, let's go and fix it. For me, as far as my transition went, it was just hormones. That was it. That's all I wanted. That's all I needed. I was content with it. Now, as far as the mental health aspect of things, it wasn't as deeply crippling as a lot of people think that it should be. Like, you look at a lot of the medicalist community and they're like, it saved my life and this and that. And it's like, if it saved your life, great. I'm glad that transitioning did that for you, because you're still here and that's cool. But I think that there's a certain level of brain rot where they literally shackle themselves to the medical community very, very heavily, to the point where they can't really see anything else. When you look at the history of trans people, we literally come before the modern medical model that we have. So we have examples of this all over the world, across various cultures and everything else. The idea of you needing a diagnosis from a psychologist conforming to the definition of a book that was written by other psychologists is very, very counterproductive, I think. And most people that I do meet that are medicalists, they sit there and they say, well, we took the journey and stuff. And it's like, okay, that's cool. And then you realize very, very quickly that they have a certain level of privilege with taking that journey because normally it is the country that pays for it. And I see this a lot with a lot of trans folks that come from like the UK as well as Canada. Like the UK is really, really bad with it, and then Canada is also bad as well. They literally have their governmental entity go and pay for all their surgeries and then try to dictate what other people in these other countries that do not have access to this can and cannot do, and what they should and should not be. And it's really, really obnoxious, I think, to go and walk around with that level of privilege and then be dumb enough to open your fucking mouth like that. I know a lot of trans folks here in America, they're living in such a deep level of poverty that they can't sit there and say, oh, I'm going to get on HRT today and I'm going to pay for all the doctor's appointments and I'm going to go and get SRS. There's like a lot of people that literally just cannot afford it. And they literally sit there and say, okay, well, I can't really be myself. And then I always thought that the idea of needing to kind of latch onto the tit of the medical industry was always just rooted in brain rot as well. It almost feels like it has extended capitalistic vibes to it. I mean, when you really sit there and you look at like the medicalist mindset, it's like you literally go, instead of just saying, okay, something is wrong here, I know in my heart of hearts I need to address this, you literally go and you try to appease another entity for the sake of them telling you that it is okay for you to be yourself, more or less. You literally sit down, you go through the motions to appease them for the sake of them giving you the ability to go and be yourself. And I always felt that that was just really wild and super bonkers and stuff, because looking at it, I kind of knew that there was like some goofy stuff going on for like a while. I was just like, oh, okay, the equipment downstairs is a little bit strange, but here we go. But there was never a point in my life where I rushed to a psychologist's office to go and get validation. I just kind of knew, at the time we were called transex. I knew at the time, I was like, hey, this is who I am, this is just how I'm going to live, and then I proceeded to just literally go and be myself. And it's just really, really weird. I find that a lot of people that identify as medicalists and stuff, they go out of their way to try to appease a society that really just wants nothing to do with us. It's really weird the amount of people pleasing that they kind of introduce into their lives for the sake of belonging. I've never really been much of a fan of assimilationism, but it seems like a lot of the medicalist community kind of sits down and says, oh, okay, well, I'm not going to call myself transgender. I'm going to call myself transsexual because it's what you want and what you perceive to be politically correct. Oh, you guys will not call me a woman unless I'm doing X, Y, and Z and behave like X, Y, and Z. Okay, I'm going to conform to that and just keep rolling with it. And so I look at it and I just kind of say to myself, Jesus Christ, how much ass kissing do you really need to try to conform into a goddamn society that just doesn't really want anything to do with us? It doesn't even really take that much common sense to figure it out. So you realize that there's just like endless amounts of appeasement that come along with the mentality of, if I continuously behave like how they want me to behave, they will accept me. It's never going to happen. They're just going to move the goalpost. And this is why medicalism, I think, falls on its face a lot of the time. It's constantly, oh, well, you're telling me that I have to be like this in order to be like this. So they do it, the goalpost moves, and it's mostly cis women that do it a lot of the time as well. So we have a lot of medicalists that literally run around and they kind of behave in stereotypical fashions of what the patriarchy believes that a woman should be. So either shit is hyper feminine to the point of being almost a caricature, or people sit there and say, you can behave how you want, we're just never going to accept you. And it kind of just goes from there. So that's kind of like the setup that they currently have, and it just doesn't really work. I think, when you actually go and look at it. At the end of the day, your job is to be yourself, right? It's not to be anybody else or a caricature of anybody else or what anybody else thinks that somebody else should be. It's just literally to be yourself. And that's it. And I think a lot of the time, a lot of medicalists kind of forget that because they get wrapped up in the idea of, oh, I belong. So, in the attempt to belong, they go to a psychologist's office, they get an official diagnosis. Okay, from there, they try to go and they, they go and they chase surgery and everything else. At that point, once your medical journey is done, you theoretically should be done at that point. But it's still not good enough. So, what happens is now you're going and adopting overblown mannerisms instead of just being yourself. And so with a lot of medicalists, they have a tendency to go and behave how the patriarchy would like them to behave. And then they'll also try to emulate cis women very heavily as well, which is very, very fucking obnoxious, I think. Because it takes away from who you are as an individual, right? Like, in your quest to belong, you literally go and sacrifice all of yourself just for the attempt at them saying, it's okay, we accept you. We're not really meant to go and just constantly appease people like that. It doesn't matter if you're trans, doesn't matter if you're gay. Your job is literally to live your best life. Living your best life is not going to come from other people's appeasement. And they really fucking forget that, and so I find it very obnoxious. So what happens is we typically see trans women go and behave like a stereotypical cis women that the patriarchy kind of throws up, and then you have cis women that see this, right, and they say, oh wow, that's kind of sexist, we really don't like that, you're never going to be one of us. So a lot of the time medicalists will take that experience and they will try to translate it over to the transgender community a fair bit, and they'll say, well, you don't behave like this, you haven't done this, this, and this, you're not trying to do this and this, you're never going to be one of us. So in the process of attempting to gatekeep their own community, they behave like the people that try to oppress them. And it's really, really obnoxious, I think. So to answer your question, no, you do not have to full-blown transition to be trans. If you are non-binary, this is okay. Gender and sex in general is a spectrum. This is a known fact. You do not need other people's validation to be yourself. You do not need society's validation to be yourself. And anybody that tries to tell you otherwise is a fucking idiot. That's it. No bells, no whistles, no bullshit. You have a medicalist come up and try to knock you for not doing what the fuck it is that they think that you should be doing, tell them to go fuck themselves. They're hated for a reason. It didn't come naturally. They worked for it. So, moving on. What do we got here? Let's see. Did that. What are my thoughts on detransitioners? In all honesty, I worry about them. I worry about them a lot, actually. Not generally because they detransition, but because of how fast they're weaponized. So when you go and you transition, not everybody's going to be able to do so correctly. This is a known fact. Hormones do not always mix with your body well, and procedures do not always mix with your body well either. And this is perfectly fine. It doesn't make you any less trans. The problem that I have with detransitioners is that not even so much that they exist. I do not mind that detransitioners exist. The problem that I have is that they're frequently weaponized. And what I mean by that is you will see somebody that detransitions, and instead of just saying, hey, transitioning was not for me, I kind of struggled with it, and I had to detransition, it's this, the medical industry is incredibly predatory, and I struggled with this and that, and I was coerced into it. It's like this whole fucking smorgasbord of shit. And I look at it and I say to myself, Jesus Christ, like, it's so outrageous and over the top that it literally looks like poorly written propaganda. And so I don't really, like with detransitioners and stuff, I find that they fall into three camps. You have those that physically couldn't do it because of adverse side effects. Okay, that's fine. And then you have those that start transitioning, they figure out that they were in the wrong, that that is not who they were, and they detransition. Okay, fuck it, whatever. And then you have those that literally couldn't afford it, which, understandable shit, America is very fucking expensive. That's fine, whatever. And I guess we could even go as far as to speculate that we do have those that detransition due to societal and familial pressure. And those people are still valid too. Just because you detransition, it doesn't really make you any less valid, right? You don't really stop being yourself. Like I think the only exemption that really could be made is literally those that figure out that they're not trans at all, which, again, is fine. They can just go back to being cis. There's nothing wrong with that. But I think a lot of people just kind of miss that point a bit. Most of the people that I've met that are detransitioners, they're great. And then you have those that kind of go down this weird kind of squirrely ass pipeline where they're like, okay, I went and, I was like a victim of this and that. Like, it's really fucking weird how brain rotty it gets past a certain point. And then most of the people that I see that kind of go down this pipeline also have a tendency to be right-wingers as well. So instead of just saying, hey, I just couldn't really cope with it, they try to go and victimize themselves a fair bit and say, oh my God, I was struggling with this and this, and, they tricked me into this and this. I have never in my life, out of all the trans folks that I hang out with, I have never in my life heard any of them mutter the phrase, I was coerced. None of the old ones have done it. None of the younger ones have done it. Nobody has pulled this shit. And so I honestly think that there's like a certain point where people are just kind of full of shit and they just don't want to look like idiots. So they kind of lean into this pipeline a little bit. Like they just kind of lean into it hard and they try to struggle with it. So, moving on. Let's see. We discussed that. You posted this one twice. Okay, can I discuss terminology? Terminology between transsex and transgender. In all honesty, there really isn't much of a difference between the two. So, for those that... Oh man, how do I explain this? Okay, sex is what you're born as, right? Male, female, somebody in between. Gender is what the society imposes on that sex, the societal norm, if you would. So, it could be that, girls like blue and all this other shit, and then like you get older and you realize, my gender does not really match with any of these values. Maybe you like pink, purple, whatever. And then you have transsex, which are people that realize, oh shit, I'm in the wrong fucking body. I gotta get enough plastic surgery to be comfortable with myself. Or maybe I just need HRT to be comfortable in this shell. Because my sex does not match up with any of it. I do not identify with any of it, so I'm going to have to fix that. I feel that transgender and transsex actually kind of go hand in hand, but people don't really understand this too well. So, like, obviously for transsex, you don't really feel comfortable in the shell that you're in, right? You just kind of, there's kind of like that niggling portion of you that's just like, oh man, this shit sucks. So you go out and you do whatever it is that you need to do to be comfortable with yourself. Maybe you're just kind of going and getting HRT, whatever the case may be. And then with transgender, since the genderization of things is largely linked to what sex you are, it is very similar as well, because you're like, oh, well, physically I don't really identify with any sort of... Yeah, hon, what's up? Yeah. Uh-huh. Yeah, it's in the fridge. Not a problem. Of course. I love you too. I hope you had a good day today. Transsex is like when you just don't identify with any of your physical being and you don't really care for it, so you go about trying to fix it. And then being transgender is not identifying with the societal norms and expectations that are associated with that sex. So most of the time, actually damn near all the time, trans people actually go and identify with both of these facets. They're just different sides of the coin, more or less. And so I know back when I was growing up, transgender wasn't really quite a robust piece of terminology yet, so it was largely, oh, you're transsex. And so a lot of the older transgender folks, they kind of go and they wrap their entire mindset around, okay, well, I'm transsex because I had to go and be comfortable, by going and modifying my physical being, and then going and trying to go and change the societal norm that surrounds you as well often accompanies that. But the thing is societal norms as well are also on a spectrum, and it varies from place to place. I mean, for example, girls liking the color pink is a relatively new phenomena, because it used to be that boys used to routinely wear pink, and then girls would wear like a baby blue, and that didn't really actually start changing until around the earlier the earlier half of the last century. So there's that as well. But yeah, I find that most of those terminologies actually go hand in hand with each other. They just are used to describe different facets of things. One of them is more of a sociological phenomenon. The other one is more of a biological one. Let's see. Oh, here we go. Oh, wow, we're at the end of the email. Okay, moving on to the next one. Why didn't I go out and get a computer and laptop with better specs to do these long plays? In all honesty, it's because I was dunking my toe in the pond, you know? Like going in, like when you know that you're doing something as a hobby and stuff, right? You're not doing it professionally or anything like that. You have a tendency to literally sit there and say, oh, okay, we're going to go ahead and just kind of dunk a toe in the pond, and we're going to try to go and keep it cost effective, and we're going to see where exactly that this goes. We're going to see if we actually like it or not. So what happens is you normally go and get hardware that literally is a little bit out of date just to see if it's something you want to do. In this case, I got a 2013 Mac Pro and a 2015 MacBook Pro to start being able to use external capture cards and have faster render times. So I went ahead, and for a little under 800, I was able to get both. And so normally if I was to go and get like a brand spanking new laptop, that'd be about 2200 out of my pocket. And then there's always the good possibility that I could sit there and say, oh, geez, this is just not for me. And then at that point, you're stuck with a laptop. So I was able to go and get older machines that still do the same job for a lot cheaper and not really have to worry about it too much. I wouldn't have to worry about hemorrhaging like a little over, $2,000 and be like, oh, God, this isn't for me. So that's why I went with older hardware. And so the capture card is old as well. It wasn't like a brand new top of the line card. It was just something that I just kind of sat there and said, oh, okay, we're going and doing this now. And, yeah, we're going to be using an old card. And so the laptop, the desktop, and the card are all kind of built around working with one another. The HD60S Plus was widely known to have an extremely good compatibility with Mac OS, so I went with that. And then from there, I was already using the the Apple ecosystem at that point. So I was like, okay, I know that this is going to work with this and this, but in order to use this, I need a slight spec bump. So I said, okay, we're going to go with a 2015 MacBook Pro. It's only a couple $100 and I can get it maxed out, drop a new SSD in it that's a little bit faster, grab an adapter, and go from there. And then with the desktop, I knew that that was going to be a much bigger upgrade because I knew that the Mac Mini that I had for a while was really struggling with shit. Like an 8-hour video would take like 2 or 3 days to render, and I was just like, I don't really want to do it that long. So I had settled on a 2013 Mac Pro with maxed out specs. And so that 3-day render went down to like 8 hours, which is really nice. And so now that I have figured out, hey, I actually enjoy doing this, I'm looking at stronger machines. I'm not going to be replacing the 2013 anytime soon because it still has a lot of cores. It's still really fast, has a ton of RAM. It's just a really good machine. However, I am looking at more of a dedicated laptop to go and use a stronger capture card. And so it was something that I was quite literally just waiting to go and figure out, you know. And so now that I'm kind of at that point, I can sit down and say, all right, this is what I'm looking for, this is how we're going to do it, and then just kind of go from there, I think. Do we have any more questions? Do we have any email? Oh, I got 2 left. Okay. Do I have plans to discontinue commentary? You know, yes and no. I am not comfortable with the commentary that I deliver. And it's primarily because I think that I'm bad at it. A lot of these games I play, there is not a lot going on upstairs. I'm just going to go ahead and admit it. I'm just literally going to sit here and say, yeah, sometimes when I play these games, there is not a single thought going through my skull. And strangely enough, I am okay with that. Some games that I play, I have a lot of thought going through my skull where it's like, oh, okay, this is cool, that's not cool. Or sometimes I struggle with a game and I'll be like, okay, I struggled with this. This is how we go about doing it. This is how we go about like making the commentary for it. But it's very few and far in between, So a lot of the time when I go and I do commentary vids, I find myself being bone dry. Unless I'm talking about hardware and what it took to actually make that recording happen, the thought process is completely and fucking utterly bone dry. And it's really just kind of crazy how that pans out, because when everything's smooth and not a lot going on upstairs. But when I'm struggling, the thought process is very intensive. It's like, okay, I had issues with this and this. How do I go about fixing it? And so it's very wacky, I think, in that regard. So a lot of the time I sit there and I say, oh, okay, well, I am going and doing these commentaries, and between the speech impediment and the brain fog and everything else from this autoimmune condition that I'm dealing with, I don't really think that I'm doing commentaries super well. So every now and then what I would do is I would throw out a poll. I would just whip that crap straight out there, and I would just ask the question, hey, do you guys want me to continue making commentary vids? If so, why? People tell me they enjoy them. I'm glad they like them. So yeah, I still make them. Half of this video batch is going to be nothing but commentary for various fucking things that I've worked on, and people still enjoy it. If they enjoy it, fuck it, whatever. I'll still post them. I don't give a shit. But yeah, I have thought about discontinuing them for a while, but as long as people just keep on enjoying them and stuff, I'll keep them around a little bit longer. Not a problem. Okay, and last question. Do I judge people? Immensely. I'm not even going to sugarcoat it. And the fucked up thing is I don't even do it intentionally. It just happens. So I find myself passively judging people. I don't so much judge people based off of how they treat me. I base a lot of my judgment on how they treat other people. I formulate my overall belief of them and thoughts of them around how they go and they treat other people around them, not generally how they treat me. So for a while I have believed, well, it's more than a while, it's actually been damn near my entire life, I have believed that I am not for everybody. And I don't mean I'm not for everybody in a cutesy, oh, I'm special sort of fashion. I mean, I am not for everybody because I can be an incredibly mouthy and abrasive cunt at times. And I'm okay with this. I'm okay with people calling me an asshole, telling me to fuck off, all that shit. Because I realize that I'm not for everybody. And so I have largely, lived my life, I think, with this realization. And I have been comfortable with it for damn near all of my life. So I typically go and formulate my view of people based off of how they treat other people, what they believe, things like that, just the standard shit that you would kind of expect. So I become so judgmental past a certain point that I will literally cut contact with somebody. For example, I cut contact with a bunch of older ex-friends of mine that literally they were going and posting, before I had closed the account on X, that they were going and tired of the transgender menace and just behaving very hateful in general towards other people. And so I would go and I would develop an extremely negative opinion of them because in my mind's eye I'd be like, there's no reason to treat these folks like this on the internet. There's no reason to go and yell at folks, to scream at them, things like that. So I would cut contact. I know that when it comes to politics, I am very judgmental about it as well because of how we kind of have a fascism problem here in the United States. So anybody that supports that, I'm very judgmental of them and I would later cut them off because I wanted better for not generally myself, but for people around me. You know, I wanted people around me to have a good existence. And I feel that if I have people around me, what they do and what they believe largely sort of it's like a representation issue, I think. You know, like it's also an association issue as well because I've come to look at it like, you know, oh, these people believe in this, this, and this. You know, if they believe in this, this, and this, and other people see that, they probably are going to think that I believe in this, this, and this, and that I am okay with it. And that is not the case. So I've weeded out people based off of politics. I've weeded out people based off of, sociological beliefs that they've had in place and stuff. I've weeded out people based off of, as much as I hate it, based off of religious beliefs as well, because in the last 6 or 7 years, I've seen a lot of people that are religious be incredibly hateful, and I just didn't really want to go and deal with it. And I felt that other people shouldn't have to put up with it. But yeah, I can be very, very judgmental at times and stuff, and there are stints in my life where I literally pop up and I openly admit that I am wrong about a multitude of things, you know. And I think that it's important to realize and even to be able to admit that you're wrong about a lot of things. You know, like I'm frequently wrong about certain demographics of people, like, and that has been self correcting. I know that post 9/11, there was a point in my life where people were very, very hateful. It was mainly Christians that were very, very hateful towards Muslims and stuff, and people that were Arab in general. And I didn't really care for that too much, you know, so I eventually became very, very intolerant of Christians in general, and then that would kind of ebb and flow back and forth throughout most of my life. And then there was also a point in time where I was raised incredibly racist and judgmental of black folks because of the house that I was in. And I had to literally go and self correct that as time went on as well. I literally had to tell pretty much everybody in my family to go fuck themselves, you know, and I became very, very judgmental of them as well for how they went and they treated black folks, and then all of that damage, which would later cascade onto me. I know that with the I know with the feminist movement, I'm incredibly judgmental towards the more modern waves of feminism because a lot of it is hateful towards trans folks and people of color as well. So I'm very judgmental when people kind of crop up and say, "Hey, I'm a feminist." And then a lot of I become incredibly judgmental when people start going and bringing the medicalist aspect of transgenderism and transsexualism into any sort of debate about whether or not people that are non-binary deserve to exist, because in my mind's eye, the way that I look at it, everything is a spectrum, right? And I don't really believe in shoving people in boxes. So I had a lot of people that had a lot of transmedicalist beliefs, and I was very judgmental of them, and I ended up letting them go because they were just fucking miserable all the time and hostile towards trans people that did not fit their archetype of what a transgender person should be. So yeah, I can get very, very judgmental, I think, a lot of the time when it comes to these various things. And I try to like overcome it, I think. You know, like I try to be more accepting of things, but I've never really been able to be accepting of anything that is hateful, which in hindsight I think that's actually a good thing, you know? Because it says, like, it tells me as a human being, hey, you're not willing to put up with this shit because you know that this shit is wrong. And I think that's really where you learn to find the gold. You know what I mean? But yeah, I can be incredibly judgmental with just so many facets of various things, and I'm working to overcome it, to kind of streamline it a little bit, because it is a problem with my character, and I have had this problem for like a really long time. Quite a few of it, or quite a bit of it, is valid, and then there's also a good portion of it that's not. And so I think as a human being, I kind of work every day to try to overcome that because I want to try to be the best me that I can be. And I don't really want to go and turn out hateful like most people that I am typically very judgmental of. So I'm working on it. I'm getting there. But with that thought in mind, that actually wraps up the entire mailbag video. It's going to be a couple of hours long and stuff. And I I'm glad that we went ahead and took the trip. For all of those that had literally came in, delivered your mail, asked me questions, I tried to answer them all to the best of my ability in a coherent fashion. But I am pretty goddamn exhausted these days. So for those that came out to hang out, I greatly appreciate your time and your effort. I love having you guys out here, and until next time, be good to yourselves and each other. Take care.